Up the Q&A time. Here we are. So hello to everybody also on the YouTube stream, to the 17 people that are currently watching. Hello all. Welcome. We're going to be getting things set up at the moment, and we're going to be getting back into everything as soon as possible and getting this up and running. Thank you to everyone who is here and joining us. I'm going to turn off this because this isn't needed. Let's go. And let's get our viewer count into the right setup here. There we go. Chicken sandwich, I agree.
Just make sure
hey,
you're
CMV.
streaming Discord.
Sorry, say again, Rossi.
You're streaming Discord on stream.
No, I'm not going to be. So yeah, I should probably explain this to everyone in the Discord channel. So to everyone who's in the Discord channel, hello, my name's Holly Guaca. I'm the lead administrator and current events team manager for most of these. We're going to be implementing more and more into the server over the next little while. But I also do the commentary on these types of events. Some of you will be aware of this from last week, as we all had a lot of fun on that one. But last time, I was streaming my view over Discord and doing it all over Discord, which can be quite resource intensive. And as well as that can be quite internet intensive because Discord isn't set up to do major streaming. So what I've done for this event is I've set up a YouTube stream on my YouTube channel, which is currently posted in the presentation chat on Discord. And you can go ahead and click on that and join in on the stream. And you can chat in there, and you can also watch me stream from a private channel, which is the event streaming channel, also in there. This is going to lead to just a much more cleaner event and a much easier event. And then again, if there's any issues within the channel, it gives me the access to switch between them as I so need and not get interrupted and whatnot from the management team who have to set things up. So hopefully that clarifies.
Your screen on YouTube is Discord.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm
Okay.
intending to have this here. Thank you, Rossi. I realized I was in the wrong channel there. It's alright though. Just Ren's car mighty. Oh my gosh, big fan. Wow, wow. Yes, I am the real. I can't believe that the BeamMP channel is getting more clout than me at the moment on my own channel. This is just unfair.
Yeah, don't forget to press
Okay,
like.
we're ready?
You guys.
We're ready, by the way. The server's good.
Yeah, I guess
We're all ready?
Okay.
Okay.
How do you want to have who goes first?
Well, I guess we're gonna go for the Discord list and pick 5x5.
I just pushed your stream out over Twitter for you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
So I'm gonna start from the bottom. So I'm gonna ping you in the chat, and you guys can spawn your vehicle. Okay?
Okay. It seems that I can't join the server right now. It just brings me back to the main menu.
Try joining one more time. It's kind of weird. Just give it a couple tries.
And make sure you're using the right port.
Yeah, it is.
So the 5 people I've pinged, you can spawn your vehicle. Guys, be aware that if you spawn a vehicle when you're not allowed, you are going to get kicked from the event.
Okay. I'm trying to join the server. Wait 1 second.
DNS lookup failed. I'm here. If you guys get DNS lookup, just try spawning, or not spawning. Try typing again.
My game crashed.
A big shout out to Carmighty Vids, the 300,000 subscriber YouTuber in the stream that apparently needs a shout out. Shout out to you. Apparently his wife has left him, so you know, condolences.
Ouch.
Yeah.
And Ren's wife took the kins, so a shout out to just Ren's.
Man, you are mean to them. You're a great person, apparently.
CMV sold his wife for internet connection. Yes, I agree.
Guys, you have like 2 minutes to spawn your vehicle. If you don't, I will select other people.
Who are you looking for?
Spec and
Yes, I have a vehicle. Do you see me?
no, I don't.
No.
Oh,
Respawn.
I see Spetch.
Oh, they're all the way on the other side of the
Spatch
map.
and
Cheetah Yep.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, just pull up to the line.
Are we doing?
Yep.
I take it we're doing this as a hill climb based.
Who is Cheeto Buff?
Oh my
Yeah, do you want me to count people off again like I did last week?
Also, just as a side note, keep in mind the server is a new server, so if you have delayed spawning of cars, it could be because it detected throttling and it's just queuing the spawning events so it doesn't spam you all with events.
Oh, great.
And
Okay, and don't be aware that if you spawn a vehicle when you're not allowed, you are going to get kicked from the event. There's one person here who shouldn't have a vehicle.
Well, some people have different Discord names than they have in game.
Cheeto Buff, you should despawn your vehicle.
Oh yeah, Cheeto Puff, you're not in the right the right group. Okay. he's
1,
gone.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, guys, get lines up.
Question: are we doing like groups like last time?
Yeah, 5 people by 5 people. If you have a slow computer, you can just despawn over people to not lag.
oh, so many people running so many people running sunbursts.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Yeah, they are
classic
quick.
choice.
Get lined up, guys.
Son.
I've come
It's
heavily
line up
unprepared.
1 line or 2 lines.
1 line.
Okay. Why are these guys on the? Oh, I don't see anyone moving. Oh, my ping is 700.
Oh.
Minus 370.
I'm wondering if it's
Yeah.
worth me hosting this server for you.
It is frozen.
Mine is 60. I think it's a case of location.
Oh,
Yeah, I think heavily location is playing a huge role
oh,
here.
something's definitely wrong. Server's
Everyone's
not
ping
responding.
is stuck.
So I guess it's...
Oh.
Yeah, it's everyone. Don't worry about it. It's everyone but you, Jojo. Yeah, we get it.
I'm able to drive other people's cars.
No, my
Yeah,
ping is
me too.
200.
Yeah, that means you basically have lost
Oh?
connection to the server not responding. Yep.
One
No,
person
my
is
ping
still moving.
200 too, so...
Do you see Xylosaur moving?
Yeah.
Nope.
That's me driving him.
That's you driving Xylosaur?
Him going backward and forward, that's me.
Well, he's currently just driving into the collision of the trees, the 2D
Okay, then.
trees. But he is driving. I can see
it's
the
not me.
spins wheeling.
Oh, you
Okay.
can see
On-
the inputs. It's not him. It's just the inputs. The last input probably.
Yeah, and
I think
stopped.
the server just crashed, so let's do it another way. Let's only allow the people
Ooh,
who run to connect to
Ooh,
the server.
ooh,
Awesome.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the rest.
Oof,
Okay.
The
yeah.
rest was just me.
Okay, so
Bro.
guys, don't connect to the server. Only the 5 people who are called.
Okay.
All right. Well, everybody watching the stream, you know, these things happen, and these are, you know, we try our best here, but staff hosting events, we have a lot to do in the background, so, you know, these things happen. Hopefully you guys can stick with us for a couple more minutes while we get this back set up.
Are the 5 people allowed to enter already?
I don't know. To everybody who's watching on YouTube, how's the stream looking? This is the first time that I've streamed on YouTube over my new internet connection. Are we looking good?
It's looking better than my one does.
Let's
My poor
go.
GPU can't handle it.
Are you streaming?
I am streaming, yes sir.
I'm not going to be tonight. No,
Okay.
my
Oh.
poor GPU. It's just an embarrassment.
Stream perfect.
Jojo.
Awesome, guys.
Is it cool if I join the server for this one? I have personal stakes in this race.
What?
Is it cool if I join the server for this one? I have stakes in this race.
To be honest, I'm just doing this one for memes, not really actually
I do not
trying.
understand, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. There's quite a few people who are joining that are not supposed to be.
As long as there is no 50 people. Guys, don't join if you are not allowed to join, or I will kick you.
But
Rather aggressive.
Yeah, Loco, I know that you finally just joined, but please leave the server. It's okay. I understand.
We are joining on the same IP, correct?
Yep, nothing different.
Well, my
Preston,
ping
you
just
want-
froze.
Preston, you want the server IP?
Yeah,
right?
froze again.
You want the server place, right?
What? Yeah, I'm joining.
Jojo's server froze again.
Yeah, server froze again.
I think
Yeah,
it's an issue from the server.
I
Guys, how
just
difficult
joined.
would it be to set up, well, Titch, how difficult would it be to set up this on your end?
You can throw an FTP over to Jojo's and he can upload it all. Probably be all copied over within about 30 seconds.
Because it's not an issue from the host because my ping is 200 too.
Well, if your ping is 200 as well, then maybe it is the host.
Yeah.
Unless you're physically hosting it at home.
Connected on local. How can it be an issue from the host?
I just said unless you host it at home. Okay, how about this?
Well,
Stop filling the server with everybody, because obviously that requires the server to be sending the data out to everyone, rather than focusing on
We
those
did
that...
stop that. We only
use
had
that
10
data.
people in the server when it crashed.
Fair enough.
But
Is
a
it
bunch more
a
were
script,
joining.
or is it a
Cobalt
Well,
extension.
it's weird because the console is still throwing things, but
It's
I'll just
it's a
freeze.
Cobalt extension that relies on the newest server build.
Teach, which one was the server that we played with more than 20 people that time?
that was one of my ones without
Can-
Cobalt?
Damn it.
Yeah, I've sorry, Preston, but I've actively avoided Cobalt due to some of the
That's all right.
stability issues I personally have encountered with it.
can you guys
No
try this
worries.
IP? Only the person who are allowed.
well, Jojo, if you still have the log that caused the server to
Hey, Rens,
freeze,
I got a phone call. Back in a sec.
Sure.
Because there's
possibly
nothing in the console that's the weirdest part. Like everything's fine in the console, but everyone freeze.
anything weird on the memory usage, maybe.
I will take a look at the console if it happens again, and send you the log.
So wait, what are we trying to do at this point?
Trying to get things set up.
Server no crash.
Getting that thing not to crash because, of course, when we need it the most or when it's actually live, it has issues.
Yeah, like, there was no issue whatsoever when we tried it.
Sounds like a bro moment.
Cheers, Frederick.
So,
Thank you, Daniel.
is there a way we can use a different server hoster or something, or a server?
Okay, so
Hosting it or-
What we can do is we can say, if you're not one of these people, so Savage, Xylosaur, Vanosaurus, Squad, or Spetch,
Yay!
then you were not in the server. You will join later. If you join the server, it's not my event, but I think Jojo will probably agree with this. You'll be disqualified.
of course.
put it that
I'll
way.
try to join again, but let's see if it will work.
Okay.
Okay, so we got Spatch, we got Squad, this Savage.
No, it's stuck on loading. I'm closing and reloading the BMP.
BRB.
Hello, Standing Small. Welcome to the stream.
Squad, can you move, please? Yeah, okay, it works.
Okay. Let's turn back over
Yes,
to
whoever is like ready to run until we have all the cars. Can you just keep on just ghosting before the starting line? Just keep on moving, just so we know that it didn't break.
All right, so my current stream chat. Do you guys rather this screen for playing while we're within game and we watch and commentate over them, or would you rather this screen with less view on the actual content, but we've got stream
Spatch,
up?
We don't see your car if you are.
Yes,
if you are
I didn't spawn it yet. I just joined the server. One
Okay.
second.
Yeah, he just joined.
I will
We're all
spawn in 3
super
seconds
tiny.
probably.
Okay, we are just missing Vanny Soris. He said he was connecting.
I won't let me join. Hold
Yeah,
on.
do they line up depending on like? Do you have any specific way for them to line up, or
No,
just?
line up.
Full screen it is.
Okay, everyone is there. Let's go.
It's just
You
saying
can
load.
get named up, guys.
Well, I'm getting ping spikes. So So I don't know.
I'd have to
that's-
ask that everyone lines up in the order that they are, which would mean that it is Ze first, then Squad 0, then sorry, I'm unable to read your name, the purple car. Then yeah, that should be us. Once we have the white and purple car in order, then that should be absolutely perfect.
One quick question. One quick question. Can we adjust the player limit while on the server?
Yes, you can. There's a function that allows
yeah,
it from low.
Maybe we should lower it because we already have everyone we should have here. So
Okay,
now
Yeah,
let's
just lower it to 15 or something.
Any time for people.
Lower
So
it.
are you guys ready?
Oh,
Okay.
god damn it.
Okay, the Savage, you can start in 3.
Hold on.
2,
Hold
1.
on. Hold on, Jojo. Okay.
Okay, start, it's fine.
Alright, everyone who's watching the stream or wishes to watch the commentary, please now move over to my actual YouTube stream. I'm going to be moving into the voice chat down below. Thank you to everyone who's going to be watching throughout, and thank you to everyone who is currently taking part of the event, and I will talk to you all later on. Okay, and our first person off the line is The Savage, who is currently taking his corners very, very nicely. Things are definitely looking a small bit jittery, but I believe that that is most likely my sign. He has definitely cut that corner, which is not what he wanted to do. But he's maintaining his speed very, very well, staying at over 100 km/h through almost every single corner here. On the other screen here, Squad 0 is now also taken off, taking his first corners, looking very nicely. Slightly skidding out on that, but definitely maintaining control of his car. Oh, and he's gone up on the bank. Oh, and he's gone up on the bank again. That is not what he wanted to see. Squad 0 is currently racing around these corners, making sure to drift. Oh, and he's spun himself out. This is a serious time loss for the unfortunate driver. This is not what he was looking for. Valorous is now also taken off the line going into the first corner, taking it very nicely with a lot of speed, looking absolutely wonderful. Good control so far, slightly cutting these corners, but I believe that that is by design. Xylosar is also now off the line, going absolutely mental through these corners, going over 100 km/h. Let's go back to our original. Oh, and we also expect across the line with a police vehicle. Wow. These are going through the corners at almost 200 km/h. Spect has extremely good control over this vehicle. Let's go back to our original racer, who is currently now coming into a squiggle, taking that nicely, slowing down correctly, and taking the turn overall with good control and posture. This is definitely some good racing here. Oh, and one of our racers has just gone off. Squad 0 is now off the track. That is most likely going to be the end of his race, but he gets a 15-second penalty for a reset. That is not the first time that Squad 0 now has wasted time on one of these corners. On the other side here, Van Isaurus is taking these corners relatively well at a 130 km pace. Definitely taking these with enough precision and control to make sure to stay on the track, but definitely keeping up the speed that he needs to set himself a good time heading through his next checkpoint. Xylosar now is also heading into his first hairpin turn, taking that nice and slowly, not wanting to in any way damage his vehicle, but then again, slow and steady can win the race. Spect is now also taking these corners after the hairpin turn very nicely and is right behind Xylosar. This could most certainly put Xylosar in a difficult situation. He could see the Spect coming up behind him or even go in front of him and stress him out. And we've seen it before where people overtake one another and then they start making bad decisions simply due to the fact that they're worrying they're not setting a good enough time, which in the case of Xylosar is a very likely situation. Back to our first original racer now, we have Zez Savage, who is taking these corners very nicely with good control at almost 100 km/h through every corner. Just tapping on those brakes as needed. Definitely keeping up a good maintaining speed, and so far there is no visible damage on my end to his vehicle. However, this may be different on his, but it doesn't appear to be that there is any type of spin or any way damage to his vehicle. Now taking these corners very nicely, having gone through his straight checkpoints. Squad Zero, as per usual, is flying off the course with... Is that Spec? That is Spec. Now also behind Squad Zero. That means that Spec could be taking 2 players on in terms of this race. And overtaking 2 players, meaning that we can only assume... Oh no! And Vanessar has just flown into the rocks. That is not good for him. That is going to be a 15-second penalty. That is not what this racer was looking for. Xylosaur is also now going through these corners with definitely more pace. Xylosaur has obviously just gone again and rolled out somewhere. That is most certainly not good. We can only assume that he flew off the end of that. Xylosaur is now taking these hairpin corners with moderate speed, as per usual, going below the 80 kilometers per hour. Going now past where the other member had smashed his vehicle. Squad Zero has just had a 15-second penalty. We can only assume that he has spun out in one of the corners. Zez Savage is now taking his first lot of hairpin corners up on the top part of the map. This is usually where the racers find the most difficulty, simply due to the stress of these hairpin corners. They are very tight and very concurrent, and it is not easy for these racers to maintain their composure while maintaining their speed. It has been seen before that they actually fly off the edge of the entire map because they haven't been watching, and it is definitely the most tiring point of the race for the racers. Squad Zero, on the other hand, is still not quite there. I assume that Specht has to be above all of these. Yes, he is. He is now almost 800 meters away from Squad Zero, who has had at least 1 reset. This is decent driving from Squad. He seems to have been able to maintain a little bit more control on his vehicle, but he is definitely sliding out in those corners and not able to take the speed that they wish they could. Oh, and he's gone off the track again. That is not good from Squad Zero. Squad Zero has most certainly not had his best race. And once again, going off the track, cutting the corners not tight enough. Xanosaurus is now on the hairpin turns, taking what I believe is his second one into the final area. Xylosaur is now also getting close to the hairpin turns. He's not quite there yet. He's still into the lower section near the forestry, but we're starting to see less and less trees around him, and he is increasing his altitude. It'll be interesting to see what this air temperature does to these players' vehicles. Specht, on the other hand, is making absolutely amazing time, now almost catching up with Xanosaurus, one of our first members to go. Taking that corner a little bit hotter than he wanted to, had to slam on the brakes, but maintaining control without, as per usual. Specht is most certainly taking good speed, and Squad Zero has just taken another 15-second penalty. Squad Zero's not moving. Squad Zero has to start making some speed, otherwise he is not going to be in this race for long. Flying off the track multiple times at this point. This is not good from Squad Zero. Very unfortunate racing on his end. This is most certainly not his day. These wheels have most certainly had a very, very large impact on his race. He appears to have taken very slippy wheels. Very, very slippy wheels, and does not have the control that he wished for. This has not been Squad Zero's race by far. Xenosaurus, on the other hand, is still maintaining altitude. I don't believe that I have Zez Savage. Oh, Zez Savage is all the way up here near the top. Zez Savage is so close now to finishing, and he is setting extremely good pace down the straight at over 200 kilometers an hour, braking just before the turn to make sure that he takes this left with ease and caution. Squad Zero has just once again gone off the track as we see a pool of dust coming from his back right wheel. Squad Zero is all over the track. This is most certainly... Oh, and he's cut that corner too fine. He is losing a lot of speed here. The hairpin turn is taken so slowly. He's actually stopped. Squad Zero has fully stopped in the middle of the race. This is most certainly not his day. He seems to have a right-hand pull on his wheel. It's a wonder why he doesn't just reset his vehicle. There we go. Squad Zero has just taken a 15-second penalty and reset his vehicle. Zalosaurus is now heading near towards Zez Savage, who I believe... Oh, Spect is right behind, overtaking Zerosaurus. This is extremely good racing from Spect, maintaining amazing speed throughout the entire race at over 140 kilometers an hour going through these corners. Zez Savage has in fact finished the race, and we will get a time on him as soon as possible. If one of the administrators or moderators within this channel would be willing to get that for me and DM me, that would be greatly appreciated. Squad Zero, on the other hand, is still having difficulty with these. I've just got notification from our administration team that Spect Run will not be submitted. That Spect Run is using a NOS tank, which is against the race rules, and he will not be... his time will not be qualifying. This is extremely disappointing for Spect. We're going to have to get back on that as to whether or not he'll be allowed a secondary run, but by far this is the most disappointing from Spect, that he's also gone off the track. This is not a good run from Spect. Vanosaurus is now also maintaining speed, and what he does not know is that it does not matter as to whether or not he does or doesn't overtake Spect. Spect will not be setting a better time than him. Zez Savage is still sitting at the top, almost teasing his opponents at this stage. Squad Zero is now taking a left-hand tight hairpin turn, almost sliding out of the corner, but actually maintaining control. That's probably one of the best control and maintenance that we've seen from Squad Zero. This is most certainly not the right vehicle to choose for this, but he is very close to the top now, as is Vanosaurus and Spect. The end line is actually within sight. Spect is now taking the last right-hand corner, right hairpin corner before the end, but as we have said, he does not know that this will not be a qualifying start, and this has to be difficult for Spect. And Spect's across the line with extremely good speed, but unfortunately not qualifying speed. On the other hand, Zenosaurus is also now through the finish line. I believe we just got a time notification there on Zez Savage's. Zez Savage has completed it in 8 minutes and 48 seconds. That is extremely good speed from Zez Savage. Spect is on his roof in disappointment. Zez Savage is now doing a small victory dance around the top and respawning down at the bottom. Squad Zero, as per usual, is spinning out on every single turn, unable to maintain a single line. He's just about keeping control of his vehicle, but he must have had at least 3 to 4 resets now at this point. This is not good for Squad Zero, and he will most certainly not be setting a world-breaking tie. Taking these hairpins relatively slowly, but considering his lack of ability in order to keep the back end in around the corners, it's understandable that he's taking these as slowly as he is. Now going through another one of his checkpoints, he sees a checkpoint up on his right, but there is another one before that. Going into a tight left-hand turn and completely missing it. As per usual, Squad Zero is not watching what he's doing and has flown off the track, damaging his suspension and most likely his wheels. Now going into a right-hand turn. Vanosaurus and Xylostar are also finished, and we will be getting their times as soon as possible. Once again, Spect, our moderator, is on his roof in disappointment. Squad Zero is now up on the left-hand bank, flipping his vehicle, and he is now rolling down the hill. He stops himself with a reset and gets a 15-second penalty. Once again, barely able to even control himself, basically flying off the edge almost again, just from trying to take off. Squad Zero does not have the control over this vehicle. Now going into a right-hand turn that's followed by a small left, basically just spinning out in the smallest of turns. He does not have absolutely any idea how to control this vehicle. Xylosaurus' time was 10 minutes and 48 seconds. That is not going to be one of our top times, but definitely respectable and a very, very clean run from Xylosaur. Squad Zero, on the other hand, is still maintaining his high speed, even though it has been proven to be dangerous. Once again, going off the road, Now coming up to his last right hairpin turn, and Tokyo drifting and spinning out into it. What an ending for Squad Zero. We're not surprised. It does stay in line with the rest of his race. Just about crawling over the finish line and failing at every turn. Going up on the left-hand bank until the final left-hand corner and through the finish line. That has not been Squad Zero's race and must simply be embarrassing and very, very unfortunate. We're going to move back into the other chat while we are waiting for the next squad worth of people, and we're going to move back to our Q&A view. Alrighty, thank you to all of our participants there. Spect, what happened there? You were meant to be using a normal vehicle, and you used your NOS. Is Spect in here? He is.
Yes, I am here. Well, normal vehicles have NOS, kinda.
I'm assuming that this wasn't apparent to you in the rules, because you set an extremely good time. Could we actually get your time on that?
I have no idea.
It should be logged within your chat if you just go ahead and pull it up.
Yeah, I had 9 minutes and 15 seconds. I think.
9 minutes and 50 seconds. So that'd be almost 1 minute faster than one of our other finishing members, I believe Xylastar, or Vilasar, if I'm correct. But of course, that is a disqualification for the usage of NOS. How do you feel about that, Spect?
I'm feeling really sad. Can I go again without NOS?
Well, I suppose that's definitely one of the event management questions, but I would see it as doubtful. Do we have Squad Zero in here? Do we have Squad Zero within this channel?
Squad.
His name is just Squad. Is he in here?
You can unmute him. Yeah, you can
yes,
unmute
Squad. Squad, you there, buddy?
He's muted.
He's muted. I've unmuted him. He's muted on his end there.
Oh, okay.
Squad, if you're not there, I would love for you to throw a couple messages in the chat. I've just had a BeamNG crash for some reason, so I'm gonna have to quickly relaunch the game. But of all the times for it to happen, now's the time.
I am here.
Hi, Squad. What happened there? You were all over the track.
Well, yeah, I was using Unfolder, so it's been a long time since I used Unfolder, so it kind of was getting used to it again at the same time, like trying having a high-powered car. All I did was with it was like.
Well, one thing that I definitely noticed throughout that race was that it seemed like your back end was coming out a lot. Did you change the tires on your vehicle, or were they standard with it? Because it definitely seemed like that was a big disadvantage to you.
They were like standard, and I sort of thought about changing them.
Mm-hmm.
When I upped the PSI of the turbos.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure that wasn't the race that you wanted to have. I'm just going to quickly disconnect you and reconnect you to the channel in order to put you back on muted. But thank you for taking the time there to have a quick talk with us. And maybe they'll be a little bit more used to your controller on the next run. I'm just going to move you out and back in. Thank you, Squad. Xylastar, I'd like to hear from you. How did you feel about the race, Xylastar?
I was very nervous, but I reset 0 times. Like I was like driving under the limit most of the time, but I threaded the needle here and there.
Yes.
But so I made sure. So I made sure that I didn't reset. I made sure that I didn't reset because 15 seconds is a lot. Like I would rather go slower than lose 15 seconds because it's a big difference.
And from your opinion, would you have possibly lost more than 15 seconds over the course of that race by reducing your speed than if you had said increased it and gone for a more risky approach and maybe fallen off once or twice?
That's hard because maybe I don't know. I don't really know.
Would you change your approach in the next event?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe I would go a little bit faster because I think I was taking it. I was really nervous, so I was taking it a little bit too slow.
That's understandable. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, Sorry, I'm going to move you out and back in, and that'll re-enable your server mute.
Okay.
Who else did we have on that? We had Zez Savage. Is Zez Savage in the chat here with us? I do not believe so. I don't believe that they are. Anonymous, do we have any estimated time to the next run? Is Anonymous with us?
Moment, until everybody's spawned in yet. Oh, I think we're missing 2 people.
Alright, so we've got Riker, S10 Blazer, and Moto Master. Let's talk to Riker. Riker, I'm pretty sure I saw you in the channel. Yes, there you are. Riker.
Hi.
Hey, Riker, you're now unmuted and you're broadcasting to the world of YouTube.
Hell yeah.
How are you feeling about this race?
I'm a lot more nervous than last week, definitely, because I haven't had enough practice on the asphalt. Like I feel like the dirt was a lot easier, so you don't get as much speed on the straights. I'm really worried that I'm gonna go off and like ruin it, but we'll see.
Understandable. And do you have any insight into your actual vehicle choice? Why have you chosen this vehicle? It seems like a rather outlying choice in the rest of the rest of the community.
It's not. I guess the stock version isn't strictly a hill climb vehicle, but I've sort of tuned it so it is in a way. But I don't know. I haven't really tried it out much, but hopefully it just goes well for me. I just really want to set a time. I'm not really bothered about it being a good time. As long as I'm on the leaderboard, then it should be alright.
And in your opinion, choosing a custom, choosing a stock car and then applying your own custom modifications to it, in your opinion, is that a better is that a better approach to the race considering your lack of testing time?
Well, for a start, I can looking at your stream, it's not displaying properly, so I'm gonna reload it. It does actually look more normal than that.
I'm gonna make an assumption here and say that that's on my end, as I have player configs disabled. I'm gonna enable them actually because we shouldn't have any issues with people spawning in multiple vehicles. All right, well, thank you very much, Riker, for taking the time to talk to us, and best of luck in the race. I'm gonna move you out and back into the channel and mute you, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Reaping FPV, we are missing you. If you can't connect right now, we are.
Yeah, Riker's right, and apply and sync. The person should be able to.
Hello to Leo Burrows. Hello to Gavin Robbie and CG and Xylo. Welcome all to the stream. We hope you're having a good time. And hello to Dijon Barry. Chat, how did we feel about those last 5 runs?
Hey, Jojo. Aw.
Well, Rossi, if Ripon doesn't show, you're going to be next in line.
Rocky.
Oh, okay.
Pretty pog. Hello, Drifter. Welcome to the stream. It's great to see that you can make it.
FPV, last call, or I call someone else.
Jojo's, could I get an update on who's going next here?
We have Riker, Aston Blazer, Moto Master, and username.
There you go.
Going to leave soon. We are going to pick someone who needs to leave soon for the next one.
Oh, Daniel, I think you need to leave soon, right?
Yeah, I remember people DMing me to tell me that I have to leave soon.
Oh, well, he's not here. Rip?
Anyone?
Oh no, I'm just here to watch.
Oh, I thought you needed to race. My bad.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Hey Jojo, can I do that on the run if possible, or nah? Or can I not?
You want to run, Captain Raycon?
No, can I do what I message you on the run, Jojo?
I'm not sure. I'll see.
Yeah, because I want to do a funny report thing.
Okay, meet Mr. V. You can connect.
I'm back.
Hello, Titch.
Hello.
So, who else do we have in this chat that is going to be going on the next run? We have S10 Blazer. S10 Blazer, I'm going to unmute you, and we're gonna move down into the event streaming channel. I don't know why Centale is in there, but I'm going to move them up.
Wow.
So, S10 Blazer.
What's up?
Hey, how are you feeling about your post race?
Just hoping I make it through the whole thing.
Hoping you make it through the whole thing. And can you tell me a little bit about your vehicle choice for this race?
Well, I have a rally sunburst that does really, really good, and I like the speed and everything and how it handles. So I figured I'd pick this one and just change the color, the wheels, and give it a little bit more power.
Okay. Okay. And you said you've changed your wheels on this. Have you ran this course with these current wheels?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have any idea of your set time? What you're kind of expecting to get throughout this race?
In the 700s.
In the 700s. And do you think that that'll place you on the leaderboard?
Probably not as fast as I've seen y'all go last time. Probably not.
Okay. Do you have any nerves or anything at all, or are you just ready to go?
I'm just ready to go.
You're just ready to go. All right, well, I like the enthusiasm. I'm going to move us back up into the other channel, and thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
You're welcome.
S10 Blazer, you can get like 2 meters from the start.
Are we? Do we have a sort of estimated time?
Everyone's in.
Everyone's in? Alright, okay. I'm going to move down into the streaming channel, and I'll get ready for you guys to go. Okay, and we have our racers now lining up. First, we are going to be having S10 Blazer. He is going to be our first contestant leaving the start line. After that, we will then have username. After username, we are going to be followed by Riker. And then our last contestant is going to be Armatin. And I can already see there that S10 Blazer is already across the start line, starting his run. Taking the first corner relatively slowly, not going over 100 kilometers an hour, but definitely has a maintenance pace. Definitely keeping relatively good control. Breaking into the second or third corner. This is not his fastest. We have seen S10 go faster than this in the past. Now going into a slightly tighter left-hand turn, taking it very slowly, not cutting the corner in any way. Heading into the next right-hand barrier turn. Currently there's no real speed from S10. Doesn't seem to be too worried about making good time. At this moment he's just trying to maintain a straight and narrow line through these corners. And maybe that'll work for him. We've seen it in the past. Username is now lining up on the start line, ready to go. Titch, who's currently in this channel, or anonymous, I'd have to ask, could you guys just check the stream? Make sure that all is running smooth and well. Username is drifting into the first corner. That is definitely an odd move, but at the same time, he's keeping over 160 kilometers through each of these corners with absolutely huge pace. Riker is currently on the starting line, as well as Armatan. Motomaster and Riker have also now just gone across the start line. Motomaster heavily on the brakes there, going into the next left-hand corner, followed then by a right. Now going up past the left-hand corner near the stop signs of death into a sharper left-hand corner. S10 Blazer is still in the lead. Head of the pack now going through his next checkpoint. Starting to pick up a small bit more space, going over 100 into these corners. Now into his first left hairpin. Taking it very slowly on the inward line, but at the same time, there is no way he's going to be taken out by a storm drain and receive a 15-second warning. So far, This is looking decent for S10. If he's able to keep up a little bit more pace through these corners, there is definitely a potentially fast time here. Username, on the other hand, is a little bit more sporadic and is zooming through these corners at over 160 kilometers an hour, reaching almost 200 at points. Taking the next left-hand turn, and now going into his first hairpin, and he's gone right off the track. Username was not ready for that hairpin turn, resetting himself onto the track. Will he take it a little bit slower this time? Yes, he will. Going on the inward line. Will the Storm Drain get him? Having to brake heavily, and the Storm Drain takes his left-hand wheel. That one turn has now cost him 30 seconds on top of his race time. This is not looking good for Username already. Riker, on the other hand, is taking these corners with decent speed, slightly cutting them, but definitely maintaining control. Now going into a left-hand corner, braking heavily, but still remaining over 150 kilometers an hour into each corner, about to pass through his next checkpoint. We can see today that Username has just received another 15-second warning. S10 Blazer's just been taken off the track by MotoMaster29. S10 is going to be receiving a 15-second delay for that. That is unfortunate. MotoMaster is now the pack leader heading into a right hairpin turn. This is very, very intense. S10 Blazer is going to be trying his best to maintain his speed and catch up. Username once again has received another 15-second penalty for a reset, heading into these corners still with equal fury as before. Now going into a slight right-hand corner, all over the road. This is not good control from Username, braking heavily into the right-hand corner. Now going into the right-hand hairpin, spinning out on the right-hand hairpin. That is costing Username precious, precious time. Riker is now only just behind Username, heading into the same right hairpin corner into the next left. Riker is maintaining good speed, good control, and good determination. This could be a very, very promising run. Armatin, on the other hand, is still not quite as fast as the rest, braking heavily into these corners, skidding out on most of them, skidding out actually from the corner, losing full control there at one point, heading into the right hairpin turn. This is not great for them. MotoMaster is still the pack leader, keeping very, very good pace of over 140 kilometers an hour. Now heading into a right hairpin turn, braking heavily, making sure not to cause damage. Those 15-second time penalties are an absolute killer, and that's something that's definitely needs to be taken into consideration in this race, that just because you are ahead does not mean that you are setting a faster time. Riker is now inside of S10 from a minor desync problem. Oh, and Riker's just taken him on the inside lane. That is dirty from Riker, almost cutting S10 off. S10 has proven the point that was made earlier of the fact that this slow pace, even if it is careful, may be costing him more time than one or two resets. Username, on the other hand, is on the other end of the spectrum, taking absolutely no precautions and taking 15-second penalties left, right, and center, yet still is not in front, drifting into the corners as per usual, almost hitting the rocks, but just about avoiding them. That is very, very close from Username. Riker is now going through the straight checkpoint into a right-hand turn, not braking until the last minute, but maintaining control and taking a very, very nice line through these, threading the needle very well. Now going into a left hairpin turn, going ever so slightly on the inner lane, but just about keeping control as he slightly drifts out of it. Definitely a fast way to get around these hairpin corners, but definitely also very dangerous if it happens to go wrong. Armanin at the other time is now catching up to Username, who is still driving like an absolute maniac, going off the road, causing more 15-second penalties. He is now, I believe, the last member in the entire race, and still has been clocking up those penalties at almost every single corner. This is not good for Username. Riker, on the other hand, is now almost in the hairpin section. In fact, scratch that, he is. Riker is maintaining absolutely amazing pace without this entire race, but it is not beaten, or it is not beatable compared to Moto Masters, who is still in the lead and I believe not taking a single 15-second penalty. Now heading through his next checkpoint and heading into another right hairpin turn, braking heavily just before, but still maintaining speed and taking that very nicely. Maybe slightly slower than they would like, but definitely taking it well. S10 Blazer now taking the right-hand corner as well, taking it even slower than MotoMaster and taking a lot longer to regain that speed that they lost from having to brake so heavily into these hairpin corners. This is, as said before, this is a very stressful point in the race for these drivers, as there is so many hairpin turns left to right, over and over again, and it is one of the main points in which we see most speed loss. So if you're able to take these hairpin corners, even those minor 15-second penalties don't add up if you're able to do this with very quick speed. S10 Blazer, on the other hand, is not one of those members taking these very slowly, very carefully, and very methodically, and yet still spinning out. This is not good for S10. S10 at the beginning was looking at one of our strongest members, but now not quite so much. Username, at the other hand, is now only just coming up to the hairpin section. Will he drift through these hairpins? No, he will brake and hit the barrier. Do we honestly expect any less from Username at this point? Ramping up the left-hand rock and bridge. This is just dreadful. He has to be completely ruining his suspension. I don't know how he plans on taking these corners. This is not the race. Oh, and he's flipped! Username has flipped his vehicle and has had to take another 15-second penalty because of it. We now have almost two racers right on each other's tails. Username has flown off again and hit the barrier. That is another 15-second penalty for Username. This is not the race that he was looking to have. Riker, on the other hand, is maintaining his very fast speed, but it is still not fast enough to catch up to MotoMaster, who is now 1.4 kilometers in front. Armadan is still ahead of Username, but doesn't appear to be making any kind of tailing on our following member, which I believe is Riker. MotoMaster is still in front now, going into the final section, heading into another left-hand turn in a checkpoint. He's now able to see the peak right-hand checkpoint, but it is still going to be some time before he gets there. This is a rather deceptive map in the fact that there are a lot of corners before each checkpoint, and it's going to take him a good amount of time to get up to them. S10 Blazer seems to be having engine difficulty from what I see, because he is going extremely slow throughout these corners. He's now in a small bit of a straight, which means that he possibly could make up some time, but this is definitely not the race that S10 was looking for. Username is still in the hairpin corners. Will he have learnt how to take these? No, he will not. Once again, as per usual, going off the track. Username has not been performing well whatsoever in this race and is currently by far our slowest driver with by far the most amount of penalties. This is not going to get Username a place on the leaderboard. Riker is now also flying off the track trying to take these corners. He's trying so desperately to maintain that small amount of space between him and Moto, but Moto is just flying through these corners as best as possible and making as much space between the racers. This is not good for Riker, as MotoMaster is now just about to cross over the finish line, and that is MotoMaster's race finished. That has to be an extremely fast time. No reset, beautiful handling, beautiful cornering, and overall an extremely good driving experience from MotoMaster. CJ, I'm most certainly reading the chat while commentating. I have the brain cells of many people, and I am able to watch absolutely everything going on around me. S10's now going into a left-hand corner before his next checkpoint, which is followed by a slightly tighter one into the actual checkpoint itself, but he's then greeted with another left hand and then into a right. S10 is not maintaining the speed that he wanted to and has had a very questionable race after those hairpin turns. Username, on the other hand, has once again completely destroyed his car with his bumper hanging off, and he is absolutely nowhere near any of the other contestants. He's gone sideways. I mean, at this point, it's questionable as to whether or not Username should even be allowed in the race. The amount of resets that this man has had to take due to his driving is quite disappointing, to say the least. Armadin has just taken his first 15-second penalty, but in saying that, so far, he's maintained generally fairly good speed throughout the race. That could just be the deciding factor as to whether or not he will actually place within the leaderboards from this single run. Motormaster is currently taunting his opponent by just absolutely burning out Nestor Riker. S10 Blazer is taking the next right-hand turn, taking it well, going into a hairpin turn, taking it slowly, taking it carefully, and taking it methodically as he's going into his last left-hand turn before he is going into his final checkpoint and completing the race once and for all. That has to be a very decent time from Blazer, but still not the race that he was looking for. Username is currently off the track, trying his best to stay on it, but as per usual, flying over rocks, cutting corners, and flying off at every single moment. Unable to take the next right-hand corner, spinning out and taking another 15-second penalty. Username is not able to take these corners well. We've just got notification that Riker got a 9-minute, 29-second race, which puts Motorsports at a very, very, very good time, because he originally overtook S10 Blazer, if I am correct, and Riker. Username is now taking his next left hairpin corner, taking that the best out of all of the corners that we've seen so far. A small bit of skidding, but in saying that, it has worked to his advantage. Riker is up at the top chilling, as is Armatin, as is Motorsports, and S10 Blazer is currently floating. Username is now the only person left to cross the finish line, taking the first right-hand corner, actually just jumping over the mound into his final left-hand turn before the race end. This has not been Username's race. It has not been his race at all. But in saying that, he still completes the race and will still be one of the contenders to note. Alright guys, sorry there, we've just taken a small bit of a break. We had to do a small bit of management behind the scenes, but we are here. That was a very interesting race there. We had 5 other people who all seemed to take very different approaches. Titch, would you like to bring one of them in? I would love to talk to Riker, and I'd love to talk to Username, if they'd be possible.
Let's see if we can get them. Give me 1 second here.
Awesome. In the meantime, I'm going to go through and read some of these comments here. So, Christian Sunday, more than 3 man. I started watching 10 minutes ago. What's up, Guaca? Hey, Shadows, how you doing? Good to see you. Xylo. Will we be able to read the spreadsheet after the event? Yes. The leaderboard will be updated and uploaded once this event has been done. Yes.
I have username here, and I also have Riker at the same time for you.
Excellent.
Both of them have been unmuted.
Hello, Riker. Hello, username. Username, I'd like to talk to you first.
Yeah.
That wasn't your race, was it?
No, I started off strong, but
Started
then,
off at the very strong. You were
Yeah.
drifting through the corners. You were taking them at over 160 kilometers an hour. What went wrong?
I that was an untested vehicle. I had just made it right before this event started because I couldn't use NOS anymore. My bad for not looking at the rules. But yeah, I didn't have ABS on it. I really should have added that.
Yes, absolutely.
That would've
And
helped.
considering the fact that it is most likely there will be similar events in the future, what do you think is the main thing that would improve your next run?
I think some seat time would definitely help. I haven't messed around with that vehicle too much, and ABS would be a big one for me.
Out of curiosity, would there be any other vehicle that you would have chosen had you known that NOS was enabled?
I'm considering switching back to the Sunburst. That's what I was using before.
Mm-hmm.
Had a good setup on there that I had a bit of time in. So
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'd try and adjust that maybe without the NOS. Probably would've been easier.
Understandable. Riker, I'm going to go to you.
Mm-hmm.
How did you feel that race went for you? You got a 9:28, if I am correct. Let me double check that real quick.
Yeah.
9:29. A 9:29. That's a very fast pace.
Yeah,
How do you feel
I
about
had a
that
bit of
run?
an issue halfway through where I think I flew off the cliff because of,
Mhm.
well, I don't know if you were looking at me at that point, but I think one of my hotkeys for my shifters changed,
Mm.
so I had to like use the keyboard to shift gear for a bit.
An unfortunate mistake on your end. If that hadn't have happened, is there any time that you would have put on that run? If you were to estimate, had you not had that slip up, what time do you expect you could have finished at?
I feel like I could have got a sub 8. Not sub 8.
Sub 8.
sorry.
A sub 9.
No, not
That
sub
would have
8.
been a very, very fast time to get. So Zez Savage got an 8:48 on his run. In your opinion, if you hadn't had that slight slip, do you think you would have matched that?
No, it would have been. I think it would have been in the 850s. I don't think it would have been any less than that. No way. Yeah,
And
he had the better car, I think.
Considering there that you've got a 9:29, in your opinion, are you confident in the fact that you will place on the leaderboard, or are you a little bit worried about it?
I'm worried because I
You're
know
worried.
that, sub 9's quite well. It's definitely possible because one of
Mm.
the races already proved it. But I feel like others can actually match that as well. So I feel like I'm gonna be pushed out, maybe the top 5, but I'm definitely not top 3. No.
Fair enough. Well, best of luck, Riker. Thank you for taking the time, and to yourself as well, username. Hopefully you guys will have those small little tweaks done by the next race, and if you would like to rejoin to the previous channel, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Alright, I'm going to just have a look here at some of these YouTube comments. To everyone who's watching, thank you for tuning in. If you would like to throw a few messages or questions within the YouTube live chat, I'm happy to answer them, personal or not. So we have here a small bit of a conversation. My grandmother drives better than user. Cheap shot there from SRTR. And then a lot of them are actually using keyboard and mouse, so you don't need a steering wheel. Absolutely. One of our members of the lead MP developers actually uses a keyboard and is proven to set very, very, very quick times. It is not about what you have, it is about how you use it, and it is definitely provable that the hardware on this the hardware on this doesn't always make a better racer. We're now watching the next 3 line up. We've got someone else behind them. We're waiting on the 5th. The Guacanator. Yes, Xylo, the spreadsheet will be up after the event. The leaderboard will be up, and I will be talking to JoJo's in order to try and get a full-time spreadsheet up and running for that. User needs a lot of practice. Well, from the interview there that we've seen, it was more to do with a error in car choice. They apparently had practice on the Sunburst, but unfortunately they didn't choose that vehicle as their main choice of car, and they found that then, of course, unexpected quirks from that vehicle came up in the race. An unfortunate race from Username, because they genuinely seem to have a good understanding of the vehicle mechanics and how they work, but just the wrong choice of vehicle for them. We now have 44 concurrent viewers. Hello to all of you, and thank you for joining in on the stream. If any of you would like to join in on the event, please do so in the channel in the Discord server. Everybody's welcome to at least sit in. And if Jojo's is still accepting entries, I'm not sure as to whether or not he is. There's no reason that anybody else can't join, but don't take my word for that. There is the chance that they're not accepting further inputs and contestants.
I'll get you an update on that.
Thank you. Daniel, are you with us in this call? Are you here with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. Would you be able to possibly locate Mighty and get him in here?
Mighty? Yeah, I can get him.
Mighty,
He's
yes,
actually
please.
just in the other chat.
Yeah, would you be able to pull him in here?
Yep, I got you.
Mighty might be able to start
cannot
soon.
unmute him, though.
So.
Well, we'll just wait 1 minute for that. Mighty, are you here with us? Anonymous, would you mind unmuting him?
Yeah, done.
Hello.
Hello, Mighty. You are our first contestant of this batch. How are you feeling about this run?
Be nervous.
Nervous. Now, I've been talking to you behind the scenes, Mighty, and I know for a fact that you have been grinding on this track. You have been cutting down those times to the best of your ability. How do you feel you're going to do today?
I don't know. It's just all the pressure of last time on dirt. It wasn't very good for me.
Mm-hmm. And if you were to put an estimate on the amount of time that you're likely to get, where would you put yourself at?
I'd say around the 10-minute mark.
Around the 10-minute mark, okay. And if you got around the 10-minute mark, leaderboard placement or not, would you be happy with that?
I'd just be happy if I finished and posted the time.
Well, you're able to reset in this. You get a 15-second penalty, but you are able to reset, so it is very unlikely that you won't be finishing.
Good point.
Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, Mighty.
No problem.
Have a
I have
good
that
race.
update for you.
Yes.
New participants are allowed. They will be put towards the end of all of the other participants, obviously, as a first come, first serve sort of basis. But yes, those entries are still open. I will be back shortly, though.
Perfect. Jojo's, would we mind just halting the event for just 1 minute? This commentator needs to take a bathroom break.
Just send me a DM when you're ready.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right, to everyone on the YouTube, we are going to be right back. Stay where you are. This is non-stop intense racing. I will be back in 1 minute. My microphone on Discord will be on, so the Discord stream will be streaming to Anonymous, Titch, and Daniel. If any of you would like to bring in one of the members and take a very quick commentary interview, please do so.
It's getting pretty intense in here. You know? All these racers. It's way more than last time, I think.
Yep, we are increasing in event participation count, which is exciting. It is also the first event and possibly the first test of our new server that we were actively working on. So those tests will prove valuable towards development, and of course, they will basically bring more enjoyment for players.
I really hope to see more of these events because it definitely seems like everybody wants them.
Yep, we are certainly planning on doing more events in the future. Also, a general like information, you will be pinged if it's your turn. For all of us who was watching and
You can
getting
jump there,
like
chat.
nervous and excited over the fact that they might be next, you will be pinged when it's your turn.
Hello everyone, I'm back. I'm just going to quickly shoot a DM here to Jojo to tell him that the race is ready to begin, if I can find his DMs. Go, go, go. Alright, let's get back into our recording stream view. Our first contestant here is going to be Mighty, who we had a pre-run interview with, who said that their main concern for this race was their nerves, and they are away into the first right-hand corner. Decent speed so far, over 156 kilometers an hour with a very, very composed start. No wheel spin, no in any way spinning out or anything like that that we have seen from other racers in the past. He's now going into his next left-hand turn, taking that well, following a decent line through that corner, taking it with good speed into his next right. So far, Mighty is keeping good composure and definitely good speed. If this is something that he can maintain throughout this race, this is most certainly going to be a very, very good run. Now heading into a sharper left-hand corner. Let's see how he takes this. Slowing down for it, slightly going off the track, but definitely keeping good composure on these corners, as that is the best way to take it. A small bit of a slip on the side. Oh, and he spun himself there. That is not what Mighty wanted to do. Looks like he jolted from his nerves that he was so worried about and flew off the course, taking a jump on the right-hand wheel. Definitely not the best circumstance for Mighty. He's now passing the sign to death, going into a slightly tighter left-hand corner, going into a slightly right, but taking them well, keeping a good line and keeping good composure. A tight left-hand corner coming up, taking over on the right. Definitely taking these corners very well and good composure. I do not believe that he's gone under 100 kilometers an hour through any of these corners other than the one he has spun out on. Going into his first left-hand tight corner, that is followed by a hairpin, taking his first hairpin very well. Slowing down right before, just about avoiding that storm drain, which we've definitely seen to be an issue for past contestants. We're going to move back here and look at Al Rossi, one of our actual moderators for the community. He is also doing very well around these corners. Last time we saw Al Rossi doing very, very well on this track. He took the corners very, very tight with a lot of speed, and he was definitely one of the top components. Oh, what? Somebody just reset in front of Al Rossi, but he was just about able to dodge him. That might have tilted Al Rossi just enough to take one of these corners wrong, but so far he's taking decent composure. Somebody spawned in a vehicle, which is against the rules as it lagged every contestant out. Al Rossi's now going into a right-hand turn, which is followed by a straight into a tighter left-hand turn. On the other hand, now we have Brisky, who is also going in what I have to say is one of the strangest vehicle choices so far, but drifting into the corners like an absolute madman, taking these very strangely, keeping decent composure, but definitely not keeping the speed. These drifts are costing him a lot of time. Heading into his next left-hand corner, taking it basically at a sideways angle, but keeping control over the vehicle. If Brisky's able to maintain more speed through these corners, this could just be a tactic that will give Brisky an advantage over the others. Mystery Man taking it relatively slowly, keeping 100 kilometers an hour throughout these. So far, keeping definite good composure in these corners, taking the next right very nicely. Mighty, on the other hand, is still in the race looking well. He doesn't have a boot for some reason, or a trunk on our screen, but that is just Mighty. He's now going past the rocks of death that have taken no particular racers before other than just the one, which was a username. Now going into a slightly tighter right, slowing down for it, cutting it well, taking a very nice line. Mighty has definitely improved his skills since the last time we've seen him. He's learned how to take these corners with less aggression and maintaining his pace. He's just skidding off that corner, which is very unfortunate for Mighty considering the recent comment, but he's still maintaining control. Wasn't ready for that tight of a turn. He had to stop before it, but he's still taking it absolutely Well, Loco 5 is also in a police vehicle. We saw Spec take the same style of car. He was unfortunately disqualified for using a NOS tank, however. Loco's taking these corners relatively slowly, with decent control, but this does not look like a very fast pace so far from Loco 5, and he is in the back minus one other person, which is Brisky, who is now looking in a much worse condition than the last time we saw him. He's now on a straight, and he seems to have a very obvious left-hand pull on his vehicle. Drifting into the corners as per usual, taking that very nicely, but once again, not maintaining his speed. Meat Mystery, on the other hand, is still taking these corners at approximately 60 kilometers per hour per corner, keeping good composure, but not keeping enough pace. Mighty, on the other hand, who is still the pack leader and yet to have anyone near him to overtake him, is taking it with decent speed, cutting the corners ever so slightly, but definitely keeping decent composure throughout. He seems to have calmed his nerves since the beginning when we saw very obvious, easy mistakes. But at this moment in time, he seems to be doing well. He's now entering into the hairpin corner section, which is really where these racers show their true skill. Show whether or not they have what it takes to get through these corners with menacing speed, or if they're taking them as politely as possible with slowing down, taking them just slightly through, and taking them with less speed than what is needed to place high speed on the leaderboard. Loco 5 is still in the forestry area, taking it nice and slowly, calm, relaxed, taking good composure as per always, but definitely not fast enough. We've just got information there that the maximum amount of time that any one race can take is 15 minutes. So if a racer does not complete their time within 15 minutes, their race will be disqualified and they will not finish. Rossi, on the other hand, is not going to be finishing a 15-minute race. So far, he is taking very, very good speed as he is now into the hairpin section. And we've seen from Rossi in the past, if he's able to maintain good speed, good composure, as he has done before, Rossi could easily overtake Mighty in this section of the race. Pitch, Anonymous, how's the mod looking at this moment in time? How are we doing stability-wise? There's a lot of racers on this server, there's a lot of action going on. Are we seeing any type of instability with either the mod or server side?
I would say that overall the mod is working as well as can be expected, given it is essentially adding multiplayer to a game that was never designed to support multiplayer. I know that we're in the process of working on the very, very big update for the
I'm sorry, Titch, I'm gonna have to cut you across there.
Yeah,
Mighty has just flown off the track, taking a 15-second penalty. That is not good for Mighty. Sorry, Titch, please continue.
No, by all means. But yes, we're working on another very, very major update for the mod, which will hopefully be coming within the next couple of months. We're hoping to have as many bug fixes and features all implemented into this one, including new features for server-side and client-side scripting. So be sure to keep an eye out for that one, as we'll be launching a small competition for the community for who can come up with the most creative resources for servers in the near future.
That sounds very exciting. Do we have any idea on a time frame, or is that still classified information?
It's as much classified as it is undecided.
Okay.
As I'm sure you can appreciate, we work this on our free time around various other commitments. And
Absolutely.
we need to try to make sure that we do the job right rather than trying to do the job quick.
Absolutely,
So,
and that is a principle
we're
that's been
definitely
taken
taking
from
that
the
as a
very
priority.
beginning.
Yes, very much so.
And at this moment in time, in your opinion, what would be the number one thing that you would see as a big improvement within the next update? Or once again, is that information that you're just trying to keep under, just below the belt, not out to the public?
Without wanting to give away too much, I'll say that one of the biggest things that we are focusing on would primarily be stability and fixing those pesky bugs that seem to linger around occasionally. There
Absolutely.
are some very big things, but they are not ready for public consumption just yet.
Just yet. All right, well, that is definitely good news to hear, and hopefully we'll be seeing that in the relative future, because we definitely have a very large player base that would be very excited to hear about the fact that there's going to be stability improvements. This mod is definitely, in my opinion, taking from a certain perspective into a definite more polished and finished quote-unquote product. Would you agree with that point of view?
I would agree with that for the most part, but we certainly have a long way to go before it's anything that is, as you put it, product worthy, so to say. But yeah, I definitely agree that we are certainly getting there, and hopefully this next update will certainly bring that to light, in that it's a much more serious project rather than something that was just thrown together.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you for giving that small bit of insight. Anonymous, is there anything that you would like to add on to what Titch has said there?
Other than at the beginning of the stream, when everybody experienced small lag spikes, that we have noted the cause, and it will hopefully be fixed very, very soon, so we can allow more than 30 people on a server, and obviously they can watch from inside the server the contestants live.
That is absolutely true. Mighty there has just finished his run. So far, from what we saw, Mighty kept a relatively composed manner. His nerves definitely got to him on a couple of those corners, and he flew off the edges, but definitely a decent run from Mighty. As you say, Rossi has also just finished. Now, Rossi went behind Mighty, if I am in fact correct, but quite a bit shorter than the time gap that we saw there. And according to my knowledge, Rossi did not reset, whereas Mighty did at least once or twice. So Rossi's time is definitely going to be at least 30 to maybe 45 seconds shorter than Mighty's. We'll get an update on that as soon as possible. Brisky, on the other hand, here is still taking his time around these corners. I don't know whether or not he's still maintaining his drifting method. Yes, he most certainly is. Brisky is Brisky, and he is not changing. He is keeping those slicks, he is keeping his drifts, and he is keeping his style to himself. Medium Mystery is currently now just about to cross over the finish line too. He took a much more composed approach, a lot slower, but definitely respectable in terms of a race. He seemed to do a good job so far. We're going to also get his time. We've just heard there was a 10-minute, 29-second from Mighty, which is a very, very respectable speed, considering that there was 1 or 2 resets throughout that race. Had they not have happened, and had those small hiccups not have changed the race for Mighty, we could have seen a sub 10 very easily. Rossi, on the other hand, did get his sub 10. He got a 925 from the past. Rossi is usually faster, but that was on a dirt rally track. This is asphalt, and a very different race altogether. Loco 5 and Brisky are still currently on the track, however. Brisky is still trying to maintain his drifting strategy, if you so say, but it is definitely slowing him down, all of that surface tension through these corners. Loco 5 is, at this moment in time, Loco 5 is very, very far away from the finish line in comparison to the other racers. He is at least 1.4 kilometers away from the top. It'll be interesting to see as to whether or not him or Brisky actually get the slower time. Brisky has been going for a more unique strategy, whereas Loco 5 has been taking the corners very slowly and trying to keep his composure. It will be very interesting to see which racer happens to take a faster speed from that. Would it be possible, Daniel or Anonymous, could we please get Mighty and Rossi in here? I'd love to take a couple minutes with them.
I can drag Mighty in here right now.
Brisky's just drifting over those corners so close to the bank. Rossi, welcome to the chat, and Mighty too. I just wanted to take a couple minutes and talk to you guys. How did you guys feel about that race? Mighty first.
Unmute Mighty.
Oh, right, of course.
Anonymous. I can't do that.
It's alright, I got it.
Yep.
Hi.
Perfect.
So,
Mighty, you said before this race that you were looking for a sub 10. You didn't get your sub 10. How do you feel?
horrible.
You did finish the race, though, which was another one that you were not... You were very unsure as to whether or not you would actually cross that finish line. So respect has to be given to you in that case. And you stayed very, very composed throughout that entire track. I think that it was just those one or two hiccups where you had to reset your vehicle that really started piling those seconds on. In your opinion, was there anything that you could have done better?
Not over-rev the car so I could keep my torque that I had.
Not over-revving the car. And for future race, how do you think that should solve that issue? What would you do differently in your racing style or even vehicle customization?
I would still use the sunburst. I would just brake a little easier and be easier on the car as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that insight, Mighty. Rossi, you placed a 9-minute 25. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is almost a minute faster than your dirt run on this race. How do you feel about that time?
Okay. I actually never finished this with a timer on before this, so I had no clue where I was, like, in terms of time.
Is that in terms of the asphalt, or is that in terms of the dirt track?
Actually both.
Technically both, okay. And is there anything that you would change on your next run in order to try and slightly speed up your time?
More practice, probably.
More practice, okay. Out of curiosity, how much time did you spend on this track before this run?
For this event, like, I did some driving a few days ago, and then 50 minutes before the race.
Got that pre-warm or pre-run warm-up in as quickly as you could right there at the very end.
The funny thing though is, the funny thing is
continue.
every time I've tried to practice, I've like crashed multiple times. But every time it's an event, I make it to the top.
So, Mighty El Rossi, would it be fair to say that you are contrasting when it comes to your performance on and off race? Mighty, you perform better off race in the fact that you have less nerves, and El Rossi, for some reason these nerves seem to calm you and you seem to take the turns better and you don't seem to fly off the map nearly as much, or at all for that matter. Would that be a fair comparison to make?
I mean, I like keeping calm. I listen to music and just go with the flow. Wherever the car takes me, I go.
Absolutely. I'm just going to cut you both off there if there's anything more that you want to say. We have Brisky, our drift king, just about to finish to cross the finish line, styling it out with a 360. Would we expect any less from Brisky? No, we wouldn't. We're going to get a time on him in just a minute. That leaves Loco5 as our only contender, who doesn't even seem to be running at this moment in time. I believe that they may have been disconnected. We're going to have to get a background on that. Anonymous, would you mind possibly heading up into the other chat and just seeing as to whether or not... Oh, Loco finished the race, did he? I was not aware that Loco had overtaken Brisky. I suppose that's what happens when you're conducting interviews. Loco there got a 13-minute, 30-second run. Not quite fast enough. That is most certainly not going to be on our leaderboard. We have current questionability around 10-minute runs. A 13:30 is unlikely to place. If we could get the run there on Brisky, I think that that'll be very interesting considering his drift skill and his unusual approach towards the entire race. It seemed to be quite unusual. Let's go back here to our event no mic. I'm going to move back up into the other channel and just see how everybody felt about that. Brisky there got a 14-minute, 52-second run. So that does in fact make him slower than Loco. And that just proves the fact that drifting around these corners with so much surface tension can definitely slow you down incredibly much. We're going to move into the normal event general and see how people are feeling about this.
Get off here soon.
Hello, everyone. We're now we're streaming in this channel, so everyone has to try and make sure not to curse. That'd be appreciated. Blicky or Brisky, I'd like to talk to you for just a minute, if that's all right. And I'm gonna do this interview publicly with everyone in here while everyone's trying to get in and join. Jojo, I'd ask that you stick to mainly text chat if that's possible to get people organized. And I'm gonna take this interview here with Brisky. Brisky.
Hi.
Brisky has introduced himself with absolute laughter. How did you feel about that one, Brisky?
Oh, it was absolutely amazing.
It was absolutely amazing. So you've definitely gone for the approach of a more fun and enjoyable run than a place in time.
I never started the race. I was just driving up the mountain. What race?
So in
Wait,
in your
are you the one who spawned twice?
No.
No.
Okay.
In your opinion, would there be anything that you would do differently on the next run? Are you going to go in the exact same mentality for your next race or run or event and go for the most fun that you can have?
It depends. I had a lot of fun today. This is probably the most fun I would have. Maybe I'll use an actual rally car next time instead of my drift build, but it really depends what map.
And if you were to use a proper rally, would you still change out your tires so you could do those drifts?
Yeah, probably. I like drifting. I
Well,
like the car
Brisky,
goes sideways.
Brisky, you most certainly gave us a very interesting run. Is there anything that you would like to say?
Other than I love drifting, and my dad's a drifter in real life, so.
Well, that would explain a lot. I'm going to move you out and back into the channel. Thank you, Brisky, for taking the couple minutes to talk to us here.
I'm actually head out.
All
So
right,
I'll see you guys later. I have to go now.
Thank you very much for
All right.
attending, Brisky, and we will talk to you soon.
Thank you for having me. Goodbye.
Is there anyone who would like to take a very quick interview and their opinion on that race? If so, the first person in event no mic, I will be unmuting, who says that they would like to speak.
I just want to say, I was passing someone at some point, and they reset just as I passed them.
I saw that.
Yeah, we saw that.
Sideways.
I commented on that. I commented on that. It was extremely, extremely close. Lumik, you were the first person to put in a message. I'm going to unmute you wherever I can find you. There you are.
Hey.
Lumik, hello. Thank you for taking the time to give us a quick interview. So from what you've seen from the current race, is there anything that you have changed to your vehicle or approach?
I have changed the wheels.
You've changed the wheels.
Because I was using Alder Dragger wheels, but since I've seen that they were banned, I immediately changed to other wheels, and I don't think that my wheels have enough grip now.
That is probably going to be a very difficult one to judge. Are you taking pre-warm-up laps outside of the server while waiting?
I did.
You did. Okay. With the new wheels or with the old wheels?
With the new wheels.
With the new wheels.
And the warm up wasn't really nice. Yeah, I felt like it was a bit less grippy, but I guess I'm gonna adapt to that and just keep being cool.
Would you say that from any of the races that you've seen, any of our prior contenders, is there anything that they've done that have given you the insight that you need to possibly improve your approach towards the entire event?
Yeah, I've seen usernames run, and since he was driving really aggressively, and it's kind of my driving style too, I guess I'm gonna chill out a bit on that run. Because I did a lot of sub 10 minutes runs, and I've always driven aggressively, and I couldn't have grip even with the dragger wheels.
Absolutely. And the last question that I'm going to give to you here before we start getting set up, what time would you like to see on that leaderboard beside your name?
Probably a 9:30.
So a sub 10, but not sub 9.
Sub 10, but not sub 9.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I'm aiming for sub 9, that will be like a good day for me.
Absolutely. Thank you for taking the time for us for the interview there, Lumik. I'm going to move you out and back into the channel.
Okay.
Alright guys, I'm going to move back into the other channel. Anybody who is here and wants to see what's going on, please do join the YouTube event. It is in the presentation channel right here. We currently have 39 concurrent viewers. We're going to be getting ready for our next run. Thank you to everyone who's watching and everyone involved. I will be seeing you all very soon.
Now we'll restart my game.
I said it is your display room.
I just move.
Otherwise, it won't work.
Oh, yes, I have to.
Still
Forum.
Okay, we currently have our next people lined up. Are we ready to go?
Oh, hello.
Awaiting notification
so.
here. I believe that JoJo's may be setting things up with Panda Pringle, and there is somebody behind us here. Who is this? Mango. That is going to be our 5th contestant on this run. Anonymous, would it be possible for you to quickly move up and request to JoJo that he tells every finished contestant... Oh, JoJo, could we tell every finished contestant to please delete their vehicle once they finish the race?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. That'd be brilliant.
Ready to go?
Perfect, 100% ready to go. Let's do it.
Alright.
Alright everyone, so our first contestant here is going to be Lucas BE. We saw from last week that Lucas has a very aggressive approach to these corners, but has incredible control. Already, straight off the bat, 170 kilometers around the first corner, 160 around the second. Lucas is known for his speed, Lucas is known for his control, and so far, he's already proving himself to be an excellent racer. Lucas is now going into his maybe 5th or 6th corner, going into a right-hand turn by the barrier, taking a tremendous speed around these corners, definitely taking it with extreme caution, but taking them very, very quickly. He's now through on his 1st or 2nd checkpoint, going into a slightly tighter left-hand corner, braking hard, and we've had a massive lag spike. That is not going to be good for Lucas. Lucas has to be tilted by that lag spike, but still is maintaining control. Very, very tight left-hand corner here. Obviously has very good brakes as he's slowed down from 170 seconds. We have another person running already and has already received a 15-second penalty. Panda Pringle here is taking these corners very fast. We seemingly do not have any speedometer. He's flown off the course to the right. Another 15 seconds and we suddenly have his speedometer again. Panda Pringles does not seem to be doing very well so far. Lucas BE now is going into his 3rd or 4th checkpoint, going into a slightly tighter left-hand corner, which is then followed by his first hairpin, slowing right down for this. Lucas knows this track and definitely knows how to handle his car. We have another contestant who has run Mr. Confidential, who has just been notified of a 15-second speed time reduction. Lumic, on the other hand, is taking these corners very fast in a Charrier, taking these at almost 150 kilometers an hour, similar to Lucas. We could have a contender for Lucas BE here. This is very fast so far. If he can maintain composure similar to Lucas, definitely going to be a contestant to keep our eye on. Mr. Confidential is 2, going very fast, but has flown off the track. Not got the composure that he's looking for. That's going to be another 15-second penalty on him, as well as the time that it takes him to actually find the track again. Oh, and he's just spun out Lumoc. We've got a 15-second penalty on Lumoc due to another character, another player of the race. This is dreadful. This is dreadful for Lumoc. That just could be the one thing that takes the time difference between him and Lucas for a 1st, 2nd, or 3rd place down a rank. That is not good for Lumoc and completely out of his control. Lucas is now taking these corners with great composure as per usual. Slowed down a bit from his 170, now down into the 60s to 100 zone. But considering that he has to for these very tight corners, he is definitely maintaining the best speed as possible. He's now going into a left-hand corner, which is followed by an ever so slight right, picking back up that speed on a straight, and this is where Lucas can really put the pedal to the metal, getting the speedometer almost up to 200 before his next hairpin turn, slightly sliding out, braking a little bit late, but still taking it well and taking it composed. Lucas so far is taking a very, very strong approach. Mango, on the other hand, here is not Mango is not going over the 100. We've just had Mr. Pringle spin out another member. Anonymous, please go up to Jojo and get Pringle out of this race. That is now 2 members that have been spun out by misconducting racers. Lumak is still stuck behind Mr. Confidential and having to brake for him. This is not good for him whatsoever and could be the destruction of a very, very good time. We need to leave more time between these players' runs. Mr. Confidential is currently on his roof in the pits. Mango has also just got a 15-second, as has Mr. Panda Pringles and Mr. Confidential. Lucas at the moment is the only player who has not have to reset, and he is still maintaining the by far lead in this race. He is going over 150 kilometers an hour through these corners, now on a straight into the checkpoint by the cabin. We do have our textures there for this race. Lucas is setting very good speeds. If Lucas is able to actually keep this up throughout the rest of the race, and especially through those hair point turn corners, we could be seeing a very fast time. Lumakas trying his best at this moment in time to regain that space that was caused by an unfair reset. Another member drove out in front of him. He's taking that left-hand turn quite well, taking it definitely cautiously, but maintaining speed as best as possible, not over-torquing his engine similar to how Mighty did in his last run. It'll be very interesting to talk with these drivers and see how they feel about that unfortunate event where he was basically spun out due to a reset. It is going to be very, very interesting to see. Mr. Confidential is currently bugging out, unable to take the corner, flipping his car. This has to be his 6th, 7th, or even 8th reset now. The penalties are going to be piling up for him. This is definitely unfortunate for Mr. Confidential here. Panda Pringles can't even take the left-hand corner, slamming himself into a tree. We definitely do not have the usual standard of racers in this 5-man group, except for Lucas. Lucas at this moment in time has already passed the first hairpoint turns in the very, very difficult hairpoint turn section. He's taking these as well, he's taking these composed, and he's taking them with confidence. And it just could be the point that Lucas either makes it or breaks it, because we've seen before that cockiness and confidence can turn into stupid mistakes, and it has been noted before that extremely skilled drivers have fallen off at the very last hurdle due to their cockiness. Mr. Confidential and Mango both getting a 15-second penalty there. We seem to have Mango stuck in a tree. How ironic that the Mango is stuck in the tree. He is not yet fallen from it. That is a second 15-second penalty and longer from trying to get himself free. Drifting into the corner and spinning around. The stress and anxiety seems to have gotten to this racer, because he is not taking this in the way that he wants to. Lumak, on the other hand, is still taking good composure, taking these quite well, taking these corners very, very nicely. At this moment in time, though, he is very far behind due to an unfair disadvantage. Mr. Confidential is just taking a corner quite well for himself. He's only past the rocks. We seem to have Panda Pringle in the middle of the road, resetting once again. Lucas, on the other hand, is storming ahead, now going into his next tight right-hand turn, going at it at almost 160 kilometers an hour. There is no stopping Lucas. Lucas, the pace of this man, he seems to fully understand the characteristics of his car as well as this track and knows how to use his tech. Lucas is currently taking a very, very confident approach. We've just got notification there that Panda Pringle has DNF'd due to a large amount of resets. Gustav, could we get notification? Was that a by choice or was that by event interjection?
It was by choice. He indeed was running a car that he did not modify at all. He just ran a stock vehicle.
Okay.
Which caught him by surprise and he chose to DNF.
Quite unfortunate there for Panda Pringle, but that does happen if you're not prepared for a race like this. Mango at this moment in time is taking these corners quite wide, not cutting them, taking them once again very wide. Now up on the bank, he's just gapped the bank and back on the track. Is he going to take a 15-second penalty or is he going to keep going? He's going to keep going. Mango is persevering. He's not able to take it. He's gone into the storm drain. Mango, you have to watch where you're driving. Lumic, on the other hand, is taking these hairpoint turn section very well. He's now in that in-between section before the finish line. Lucas is now very close to the end point, maintaining his speed from the very beginning of over 130 kilometers an hour through the corners and over 160 on the straights, going into his next very tight hairpoint turn. Slowing right down, and this is possibly the slowest we have seen Lucas go through a corner, but taking it well and making sure that none of this is going to waste. He has only one hairpoint corner to go before crossing the line, and then that is followed by a wide left-hand turn. Lucas is definitely going to be finishing this race without any sort of penalty or time takeaway. Lucas so far is by far the most impressive run for actual performance. He's crossed the finish line, and it will be very interesting to see his time because that was an extremely good race from Lucas. Mango, on the other hand, is having difficulty keeping his car on the road, going left and right, swaying all over the track, just trying to keep hold of that steering wheel, trying to keep it on the track and trying to make sure that the sunburst doesn't take advantage of him and spin him out. So far, Mango has seemingly taken down the confidence a small bit, taken down the aggression, and seems to be trying to take more control, to the point that now we're actually able to see another member, another contestant up fairly close ahead. Mango is now entering into the hairpoint turns. This is absolutely one of the most intense races so far. Lumic must be very irritated. Lumic has to be tilted at this point, but even still, he is taking the race with extreme precaution and great confidence. We've seen an extremely good run here from Lumic. Lucas got a 9:42, and that is not going to top our number one on the leaderboard, which is an extremely surprising remark. Lucas not getting the better 8:29, if I am correct, was the fastest run. I will double check that just once more to make sure that I have that correct. The fastest run was in fact 8:48, not 8:28. That is my mistake. 8:48. That is the time to beat. So Lucas was almost a minute faster than it. Lumic here has to slam on the brakes going into this hairpoint turn. Lumic taking it very nicely on his last left-hand turn before the finish line. So far, this has been a fairly good race from Lumic, and he is now across the finish line. That is Lumic's race. That has to be very frustrating for Lumic. He would not have had to reset whatsoever throughout that entire run had it not been for another contestant getting in front of him. We're going to have to talk to our moderators here and see if something can be done about that and possibly get a time reduction due to a circumstance that was out of the driver's control. Mr. Confidential, on the other hand, is still taking his time through these hairpoint sections, taking it slow, taking it cautiously, and taking it steady. Lumic had a time of 9 minutes and 51 seconds. With a correction there from Riker in the chat. Thank you very much for that. He had one reset outside of the incident. A 15-second time reduction just could put him in front of Lucas if it's given to him. We're going to have to talk to our moderation team after that and go into our separate management channel to discuss that. Anonymous, if you wouldn't mind heading up into the other channel and informing both Jojo and anyone else in organizing the event that that precaution is going to have to be taken as soon as these racers have finished their laps. That'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yep. At
this moment in time, the only contestants that we have on the track are Mr. Confidential and Mr. Mango. Not Mr. Mango, just Mango. Mango has slipped off the track, reversed up on the bank, and trying his best to stay on the road, but it's very obvious that Mango is unable to control this sunburst, and the sunburst is taking control of him. He's trying his damn hardest to keep this power behind the back wheels in line with where he wants to go, but the car is saying no, and it is spinning out. This is quite unfortunate.
Yep, Lumac's time has been deducted by 20 seconds, 15 for the wrong penalty, and 5 seconds for him to correct on the track. So he's going to be a 9:31.
A 9:31 from Lumix, placing him above Lucas. That is an extremely fast run from Lumic, and that is most certainly going to be a very possible contender for the leaderboard placing. Mr. Confidential, on the other hand, is barely able to turn his vehicle around as he's constantly spinning out. Mango is up on the bank, flipping his vehicle. These contestants are having a very, very hard time controlling their vehicles and staying on the track. It's going to be very interesting to take a one-on-one interview with them and have a discussion about how they feel about their race. Mango is now on the final stretch, able to see the 2 checkpoints up ahead before the final corners. Mango has not had the race that he has wanted to. At this moment in time, he is taking on a lot of time reductions or increased penalties due to his amount of resets, and that's another one for him. Another time penalty. And you have to remember, even though it's a 15-second penalty, to get the car back running up to its original pace before the reset takes off even more time. So those 15 seconds turn into approximately 20 or 25, and Mango is once again going up the side of the bank. Let's see how Mr. Confidential is doing here. Taking the right-hand turn relatively slowly. He's on his last left-hand corner before the finish line. Will he put in a respectable time, or are those penalties going to add up? I think it's going to be a fairly obvious answer here. Mango is going to be ended. Anonymous, would you mind going up and checking as to whether or not this has been a 15-minute run? If it has not, Mango still is allowed to contend. Please go and double check this.
Okay.
Mango at this moment in time is taking the corners still, even though he has been notified, possibly incorrectly, of the fact that he is going to be off. He's flying off the edge. Mango is barreling off, taking another 15-second penalty on his time. Mango has not had his race. This has not been his day whatsoever. Anonymous, could we get an update?
Mango did in fact do a over 20 minutes, so he's definitely disqualified.
An over 20-minute run. That is going to be a DNF from Mango. If we could work on possibly getting his vehicle removed, I would love to get him into a VC and talk about his time.
Do you want Mango right now?
Yep, and his car is gone.
Mango is unavailable for interview, according to Gustav.
Okay.
All right. In that case, then, can we get Lumuk in here?
Yeah, I will.
Perfect.
Someone needs to unmute him though. Anonymous.
Absolutely. Just give me a second here. I want to get my stream set up.
Hey.
Lumuk, hello.
Hey.
So, that didn't quite go as you intended, did it?
That didn't go as intended. I still got a sub 10.
You still got your sub 10, absolutely, and you actually beat Lucas BE, who originally we thought was going to be one of the fastest runs, and it turned out that you beat him by approximately 10 to 15 seconds, if I'm correct? That has to be a very, very sweet feather in your cap.
Oh, that I didn't even think that, because I know that Lucas B is like a really good driver. he is a really good tuner. He really knows his way on BeamNG.drive, and like I never thought I could actually like beat him.
Yes, well you did, and you did by quite a few seconds. I'm gonna double check here. Lucas's time was 9 minutes and 42, and you did your time in 9 minutes 31, meaning that you got 11 seconds faster than Lucas.
Oh, that is. Well, I guess the smaller wheels are winning this. I don't
Evidently.
know. I still got. I didn't know if you actually saw it, but I actually got scared a few times. And
could you give us an example of this?
Right at the end, at the last hairpin, at the straight, I just totally lost control of the car.
Yes, we did see that.
I went entirely sideways during the whole straight, and I just recovered myself. And I never thought I could actually do that. Well, I guess
Absolutely.
It's all-wheel drive power.
You did a very, very respectable run there, Lumic. Is there anything on your next run that you would change?
Probably the way that I handled some of the hairpins. I
Yes.
took them way too slow that I actually could.
We found in the past that those hairpins can be very, very difficult for drivers.
Well, that is way too. Like, am I like am I like the fastest time of my group?
I believe that, yes. I believe you are the fastest time of that 5-man group. Yes, that would be correct.
I didn't even think that was possible.
Well, believe it, because it happened. So, obviously, there was one very key moment in that run where you were going down, I believe, a straight that was going into a left-hand corner. And an unfortunate incident occurred where another member spawned right in front of you. When that happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking?
My thoughts were, oh fuck, not again.
All right, we're gonna try and keep that language to a minimum on the YouTube, but fair enough. That is, if that's how you felt, that's how you felt.
That was exactly like nothing would be stronger than this.
Right.
It was really just great. Can I just stay in this channel just to see, like, if you don't mind?
I'm afraid we're going to have to move you out simply due to the fact that this is the streaming area for either moderators or people who are streaming. But for sure, we will take you in at another stage if we needed somebody to interview, and we'll talk to you then.
Yeah, not to interview or even do interviews. Well, that's all for now, you know.
Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us, Lumic, and a very, very respectable race.
Thank you for interviewing me.
Absolutely. Have a good day. Okay, so we have Mango and Mr. Confidential. I'm going to take a 2-second break. Daniel, would you mind just asking Mango a few questions, or am I putting you on the spot there?
You are kind of putting me on the spot there.
I'm kind of putting you on the spot. If you'll just give me 20 seconds, I just need to clear my throat here. Alrighty, and I'm back. So, Mango, Mr. Confidential, I'm gonna interview you both at the same time. How did you feel those races went?
Very bad.
Not good at all.
Not good at all. Mango, I'm gonna go to you first. How did you feel you did?
Very, very, very bad.
Could you run us through what was going through your mind? I have a feeling there might be a small bit of a language barrier here, is there?
Yes.
A small bit, okay. Are you happy with the run?
No.
What would you change? Next run, what you do? The car.
I would change the car.
Okay.
And some. I don't know, practice. It was the first time I tried driving on that map.
Okay, so more practice in a different car. Thank you, Mango. I'm going to move down to confidential. Confidential. That didn't go your way.
Not at all.
What do you feel was your biggest flaw from that race?
Most of the track racing I had done was in the K series, but I had changed that car today because I knew because it has a better takeoff for the turns. But when I went into it, I wasn't prepared because I thought it would have more grip. So I was going faster than, especially down where the turns weren't as a hairpin. So I overestimated the grip of the car, so I was spinning out more.
Yes.
But that went like the opposite of the way I was hoping it would go. I mean,
Okay.
as it went on, I started to get a feel for it, so I was able to start taking the turns a lot better, and was lucky to finish within the 15 minutes, not counting the penalties.
Right. And out of curiosity, if you were to choose a different car or even reconfigure your current car, what would you do?
Mainly, I'd probably try lowering the tire pressure a little bit, try to get more grip, and probably add some of the some weight to it, like the seats, to try to add more weight to hold it to the ground more.
More downforce, yeah.
To add more weight, like especially in the rear. I know I was going around a turn that wasn't that sharp of a turn in my opinion. I was only going 50 and the back spun loose. So try to add some more weight to hopefully weigh it down, especially the rear.
Absolutely, okay. So you had quite a few moments where it wasn't just spinning out, but actually, and I'm going to be slightly rude here, flying off the track. In those moments, did you find yourself getting frustrated, and did it affect your further cornering and ability throughout the race?
Not quite. It helped me understand the speed of which that not only spinning out, but also the speed of which the front wheels were able to grip, even with the weight of the motor, to get an idea of its cornering.
And finally, the last thing that I'm going to ask you confidentially before I'm going to let you go, how come you didn't do any pre-runs or pre-test the car? Is there any particular reason?
The main reason is I actually almost forgot about this. I looked it down and only had 3 minutes until it was supposed to start. So I was in a time crunch.
Absolutely.
I mean, I would have tried to, but I was having issues with the MP loading up and everything.
Right, okay.
So I was just racing just to get it up and going.
Absolutely. Okay, well, thank you for taking the time with us, Mr. Confidential. We're going to be continuing commentating and looking at the races on the live stream, and your run will also be up on the live stream once it is finished and uploaded. Thank you for taking the time to come and setting your time, and hopefully next time we'll have a little bit less hardware issue and you'll be able to really tune that car and get it where you want it before the race.
Yeah, maybe hopefully next time I'll be able to try to hit my goal of, I was hoping for sub 9 or just 9, rather than the 9:29 I was trying to go for first, but maybe next time.
Thank you very much, Confidential, and have a good evening.
You as well.
Daniel, Anonymous.
Yep.
How are we feeling about these contestants? How are we feeling about those interviews?
Very interesting. A lot of people went in unprepared, which is kind of interesting because I would have thought that given the week of preparation time, they would have been more prepared. But that's equally understandable. Possibly they would just be like, okay, this is just a normal event. I'll tune in, have fun. It's completely fair.
Absolutely. And Daniel, how are you feeling about these recent interviews?
I honestly think it's pretty awesome. Like all these people coming in here, telling us why they, like how they raced and like why they failed or, why they chose that kind of car or what they're going to tune next.
Absolutely. And if I'm correct, Daniel, you're not going to be setting a time today. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I don't know. Didn't really feel like it, I guess.
Absolutely. Anonymous, on the other hand, you are one of our keyboard warriors when it comes to driving around these tracks. Will you be setting a time for us today?
I would sure hope so. I am aiming also for a sub 9, but we'll see. because at multiple times in my practice I did just fly off the track, so we'll see.
Absolutely. Okay. I believe that we might be getting to the point that we're ready. Let me just double check this. We have Josher, King Boo Farm, Jojo himself, Little Sweeney, and Linus all ready and going. And we already have Josher going across the track, heading into his first corners now at over 190 kilometers an hour. This is going to be an extremely interesting group. Josh is a well-known member throughout the community for being very, very clued in on BeamMP and BeamNG. Having used the game for a very long time as a form of entertainment and tuning his cars for fun, he knows how to handle them. Linus, I believe, last time was our #1 placer. He set an incredible time in comparison to the rest of the contestants and was by far the fastest. Jojo is one of our lead MP devs, and he will also be participating in this. And King Boo Farm, I believe, was not one of our better contestants in the last round, but he has chosen a very odd choice of car here. Josh is so far, he's been taking these corners fairly well, trying to maintain over 100 kilometers an hour and keeping very, very good composure. King Boo has a pickup truck with a spoiler on it and is flinging it all over the track. He's just given himself a 15-second penalty for going off. Oh, and he's gone off again. King Boo has gone off again. Another 15-second penalty. That is 30 seconds plus in one single crash. To the YouTube viewers who are currently watching, how do we feel about this? Jojo's, one of our lead MP devs, has gone for one of the police vehicles. He is taking these corners very fast, going 150 kilometers an hour through these corners. Little Sweeney has gone for the Sharrier as well, choosing what I believe is the Asphalt sequential version, if I am correct. I might be wrong on that, but I believe so. He seems to be taking this quite well. What my main focal point is Linus. Linus here is known for knowing how to control his cars, but he has gone for a very different choice this time. A very different choice in comparison to his last vehicle, but he is racing on asphalt. He's trying his best now to catch up to Little Sweeney, and he's doing a decent job, but he's currently tailing behind him, which is not normal from Linus, but he is maintaining his fast speed, and oh no, Sweeney has just flown off at the first hairpoint turn. Linus, on the other hand, has taken it perfectly. That is not what Sweeney wanted to do. Josh is still at the front of the pack, but I have a strong feeling that Linus is not far behind him. Josher is now going into his left hairpoint turn, taking it well, staying composed, going past the rocks of death that seem to not take many of our drivers. Most people seem to be able to take that corner very well, but if one of those rocks get under your wheel, your suspension, your tire, and your rims are gone. King Boo and Jojo are now going head-to-head. Jojo has pulled away from King Boo. King Boo is barely able to keep up, and can you blame him? He's in a pickup truck. A very strange choice. Riker, a very strange lineup. Alec Cat saying a weird choice, ... pickup. And CG saying indeed. It seems to be a unanimous opinion that King Boo has gone with a very, very strange choice of vehicle today.
He didn't even use slicks. He's running literally on like off-road tires or something.
This man has some sort of agenda that we simply aren't seeing. Jojo's, on the other hand, is taking these corners very nice, very sputtery smooth, not keeping the best lines, slightly all over the place. He's going very, very quickly from left to right and left to right, but he is keeping composed and he is taking them with decent speed. Little Sweeney is now taking a right-hand corner, taking it better than his first hairpoint turn, taking it well and taking it with good composure. Sweeney is one of our staff members who is currently to be trained and put into the community support role. This man seems to know what he's doing. So long as he can keep his composure and not fly off at the hairpoint turns, we could see a good time from him here. Linus is bombing ahead. Do we know where he is in relation to Josh? Josh is still ahead of him from what I can see, but Linus is taking these with very, very good composure and trying his best to keep up his speed. We know for a fact that Linus can... Oh my goodness, Linus! Linus has just flown off the track into a storm drain. That has seriously put a halt to his run. That is not what we'd expect to see from Linus. He is very serious tire drift and tire damage. He's drifting into these corners. Linus has spun out. Linus has spun out. Is this the same Linus as last week, or do we have another member with the same name? Anonymous, could you go and double check this for me? Absolutely. Linus has started back at the beginning, if I am correct, but has been respawned to his point.
It is, in fact, a different Linus.
It is, in fact, a different Linus. That would make a lot more sense. So, correcting myself there, this is not the Linus that has set his time from last week, who was our #1 on the leaderboard. This is a different contestant. A different Linus. How confusing for the poor commentator who did not know this.
Talking in third person there, aren't you? Just a little bit.
Oh,
all
dude.
right.
My voice is starting to take a toll.
However, I do believe the same Linus from last time will be participating in this event as well.
I do believe so. I believe that I've seen him in other channels. That will be a very exciting run for sure. King Boo has just ramped himself off the side of a cliff, and I don't mean he's just flung himself off it. I mean he has taken the bank, taken a rock sticking out of that bank, done a spiral, and flown across the road off of the track. I'm really not quite sure what this man was thinking when putting a pickup truck with off-road tires on an asphalt race, but as I say, he most certainly has a different agenda to the rest of us. Jojo so far is doing a very, very good race. He's now in the hairpoint turn section, as is Sweeney, as is Linus, as is Josh. We are now seeing our main contestants getting to that final stretch. It'll be very interesting to see how many of them must reset through these very sharp turns. Josh is taking these corners very nicely, over 180 kilometers an hour. We've just got notification there from Gustav that King Boo has elected to take himself out of the race, and that will be a DNF for King Boo Farm. Maybe next time he'll have a slightly different choice of vehicle, because that was definitely one to be questioned. Josh is taking these corners very nicely. I don't believe I've seen him go below 90 kilometers an hour, taking these very, very composed, keeping a good pace. No resets so far. This could be a very, very quick run, provided that Josh doesn't lose it in the last strain. Jojo's is absolutely slamming on the brakes. Jojo's has lost his composure around these corners. He does not seem to be maintaining the same speed that he had, even though he has his sirens on. He is ready to pull the person in front of him over, but he is not able to catch up, and we can see on the minimap there that Sweeney is not far behind him in a similar vehicle, and Sweeney's just flown off the edge. Sweeney has just driven straight off the edge. There was no attempt to brake. He is completely flown off that turn. That is very strange from Sweeney. That is possible hardware issues on his end. He's now flown off again. I think that most certainly his steering wheel must be having issues. It'll be very interesting to ask him what he was doing here. This is not going well for Sweeney, and originally he was staying in a relatively composed manner, doing well. I believe that Josh passed the finish line there, and we didn't catch it simply due to the fact that we were watching Sweeney make a bit of a fool of himself. Sweeney is continuing to reset, having issues trying to stay on the track. Linus is now taking these corners, drifting into them. He is still the first person and head of the pack at the moment, trying his best to set his time as fast as possible. We've seen a couple resets from Linus, and we've just got notification of an 8:59 from Josh, and that is technically a sub-9 time, only just, but it does count as a sub-9 time. That is very impressive from Josh. That puts him faster than the last pack's leader. Linus breaking very hard into this left hairpoint turn, taking it well, taking it composed, but still having to put a lot of torques and a lot of revs into his engine to speed back up. He is still by far the leader of the pack, with Jojo at an absolute straight distance of over 700 meters away. We can see him down further from the race. We're going to go into third person here just to get an idea of scale. Linus here is taking a drift into the last corner and crossing over the finish line. Jojo has just had to reset. That is an extremely good race from Linus. We'll be interested to see his time considering his resets. Jojo at this moment of time is trying his hardest to stay as fast as possible. We're going to tab into him. He's now taking the wiggles and waggles of this road. He's going into a right, going into a left, onto a straight, into a left, a right, and now going into a hairpoint left, slowing right down below 50 kilometers an hour. That is seriously slowing Jojo's down, because it takes a lot longer for him to regain that speed than for him to slow down to it. Jojo's now taking the slightly wider bank of the right, slightly cutting that corner, having to brake to make sure that he doesn't mess himself up with a tip or a go up on the bank. He's now going into a left-hand turn. This is going to be end of the race for Jojo's with a likely respectable time, and that's Jojo's across the line. We will be interested to see his time once he is finished. And that leaves now Sweeney as our last contender to finish this race. He too is now in his final stretch, completely cutting the corner, but it seems to have worked for him, provided he can hold it, and he's gone up the bank and flipped himself. Sweeney with too much confidence going into these. Riker has put into the chat, what? With a long A. I believe that is in relation to Linus's 8:39.1, which is not our fastest lap, but I believe that puts him into... No, that is our fastest lap, because our prior lap was 8 minutes and 48. That puts Linus, the non-first placing Linus from last week, the other Linus, into first place.
Let me correct you on that one. Turns out we pinged the wrong Linus, which led me to believe he was not the one we were talking about. But then the one we were talking about, the one he actually won last race.
Oh, goodness. Oh, we've made a mockery of poor Linus. Yes. Poor Linus. Alright, so this is the Linus that everyone was rooting for. This is our contestant that topped first place last week, and once again he has put himself in the first place. Sweeney has just gone across the finish line, starting it out with a bumping up and down, and that is our 5 contestants, 4 of which made it past the finish line, 1 of which who is now topped the leaderboard, and 1 who took a pickup truck and DNF'd. We're going to go into the larger general channel and see if we can talk to them with the other people. Let's switch over to our Q&A view. Well, that was quite an interesting race. I'm going to talk...
Hey, Guaca.
Hey, Gustav.
I got an interesting vehicle for you. I think I'm up next.
You think you're up next? Okay, we'll talk to you in just a minute, Gustav. First, I would like to talk to Linus. Linus, I'm going to unmute you. Are you here?
I'm very here.
Hello, Linus. Linus, you were our #1 contender last week. You topped our leaderboard. You proved to everyone that you were the fastest on the course. And at this moment in time, you've done it again. How do you feel?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. A modest man. A modest man. How do you feel that run went?
Obviously, it could have been better if I didn't hit that one tire onto that drainage.
The storm drain, yes, we saw that. That was near one of the hairpoint turns. You took it a little aggressively, you spun yourself out, and you went down. But in saying that, you still took it relatively well. Now, the only thing was, after you hit that storm drain, you then didn't reset your vehicle, and you spun out for a second time. Do you think that if you'd reset your vehicle to 15 seconds would have been a better penalty to take?
Yeah, probably. I wasn't sure how the resetting would have worked. I haven't done it yet on the server, so I thought pressing R was just going to reset me to the next checkpoint, but obviously that's not how that works.
Yes, for a minute there on my view, you were set all the way back to the very beginning, but I believe that was just a desync. Or on your screen, did you get set back to the very beginning?
Oh no, it's exactly what I did.
Oh, that's not great.
I took 2 penalties by accident because I pressed wrong keys.
Oh, that is definitely not good. And by any chance, Jojo, is Jojo in this chat or is he down in management? Jojo, are we able to take any time off Linus, maybe a 15-second reduction for a full reset? Would that be possible?
I'm not sure to understand why.
Sorry, Jojo, you're going to have to repeat that for me.
I'm not sure to understand why.
Because when Linus hit the reset button, what he expected was that he would be taken back to the last checkpoint. Instead, he was taken back to the very beginning and had to take a second reset penalty.
Oh yeah, okay.
We can take a 15-second reduction off Linus for that.
Yep.
So that Linus will put you in at an 8-minute 25.1. That is an astronomically fast time. That is over 20 seconds faster than our second place. How confident are you that you will remain in first place?
Pretty confident, but I know there's one that could be potentially close to me.
And in your opinion, who would that be?
I don't remember.
Okay. Have to wait and see.
Nemesis.
Absolutely. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, Linus. We're going to move you in and out of the channel to mute you once again. A very, very respectable race, and if you win it, we will be taking you in for a second interview. If you have to go, please DM me directly, and I will message you when we are finished.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Linus, and a very, very respectable run. Now, Gustav.
Yes, sir.
You made a point about the fact that you were going to be taking a unique vehicle. Do you want to run us down on what you're taking?
So let me tell you about this thing, Wago.
I'm gonna move over to in-game just before you do that.
Yeah, sure.
Go for it.
This is a slapped together 30 minutes of tuning. Last minute entry into the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. I did have a pretty good time on my SBR4 gasoline powered it was almost 9 minutes, but I decided to have a little fun with it and throw a 900 horsepower 6.9 liter supercharged V8 into a truck and see how fast I could take it up the hill climb.
And out of curiosity, Gustav, have you done a test run on this race?
I have. I'm looking. A good run would be around the 9.5 minute mark.
9.5 minute mark.
I'd be happy with 9.5.
Would you be happy with a sub 10?
I'd be happy with a sub 10, but I know I can do faster.
Okay. So if we were to expect, say, a 9:45 to a 9:30, that'd be a fairly decent run in your opinion?
Yeah, that'd be a very good run.
Okay. Well,
I'd like to shout out DJ for helping me give me some more ideas around for this.
Team Gustav!
All right, Gustav. Well, that is going to be a very, very interesting run for us. Once again, I'm going to take it into the public. One person from the channel, if you would like to throw a message in, and we will set you up for an interview. First person here. Anybody in the event, no mic. Would anybody like to take an interview? CG. CG, you are currently deafened. I'm going to unserver mute you. If you want to undeafen yourself, we will definitely take an interview with you. Oh my gosh.
Jesus.
What was that?
Don't worry about it, alright? We don't know. We don't have to know.
Can we ban that guy?
Yeah, that was pretty.
Just gonna quickly take this off screen and check the audit logins to see who that was. Anonymous, throw out a permanent ban for that.
Yeah, he's banned on probably.
Make sure it's not showing up anywhere else on the stream, because
Yeah.
you moved the Discord one time and it showed up over the chat instead.
Keep in mind your Discord is still on the screen a little bit.
He's banned, so. Alright. CG.
Looking for...
CG, you are still server muted.
Oh, alright.
CG, hello.
Hello.
You have not gone, am I correct in that?
No, I have not gone yet.
Okay. How do you feel you're going to do in your upcoming run?
Well, I practiced a lot this week. I've been practicing I practiced the controller for a couple days and the wheel for a couple days just to see which one I'd probably be faster on.
Mm-hmm. And which one have you found to be faster on?
Decide on the wheel.
On the wheel. That's a brave move.
Yeah, I don't have too much experience on the wheel, I don't think, but I just gonna hope for the best on this. I took a while to tune a car, and I think it's gonna be pretty good.
Okay. And out of curiosity, have you found any improvements on your run or any ideas from the previous runs that you believe are going to help you to improve your upcoming run?
Well, so I've been watching the entire stream, and I've just been looking at all the guys who've done really well, maybe taking a few notes. Not gonna change the car though. I'm sticking with my Pessima.
Okay, okay. And out of curiosity, how confident are you that you will place on the leaderboard, or are you not looking to place on the leaderboard?
Honestly, I'm not looking to place on the leaderboard. I'm just going out for fun, pretty much. Just want to set a good time, just so I can feel good about myself, I guess.
Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. So, out of curiosity, are you expecting a sub 10 run?
My best run in practice was a 10-12, I think, so I do not think I am.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, CG, for taking the time to talk to us here. I'm going to quickly go for a bathroom break, and then I believe that we are going to be going. Anonymous, if you'd like to move CG in and out of the chat, I'm going to move then into the event streaming where we will get ready for our next run. Everyone who is in the channel, thank you if you're watching. If not, the link is in the presentation channel. Hopefully we're all enjoying the event. If anyone has any suggestions, please put them in the event note, Mike, and one of our staff members will forward them on to me. Alright guys, we will be talking to you all very soon.
So I do believe that we have Dirty Pocket here with an Ibishu Pessima, and Frederick with a SPR4, looks mean. Sequel with another Ibishu, and Dr. Anomalous with a SPR4, and lastly we have Gustav with a perfect D series that is almost, I think, fully ready to go at it. Hopefully he doesn't experience issues like our last contestant that used the D series, but we'll have to see.
I think he's honestly going to shred the course.
Well, we have to wait and see. He is using semi-slicks, so it's already an improvement.
Yo.
Hello, I am back.
Hello.
Hello.
And I am ready.
To rumble!
I am ready to rumble. Alright.
Any idea of when I could go?
You're going to want to talk to Jojo about that, but I have no issue with you going in the next run.
Sick.
I would like to possibly group as many of the staff members together. That is the only thing. I realize Gustav is going on this run, but I would like to group as many staff members together. I'm just going to drop a message in here saying ready when you are.
Right.
Oh, ready.
You got this.
Alright, here we go. So, starting off, we are going to be looking at Dirty Bucket. Then we are going to be going with Frederick, then Sequel, then Dr. Anomalous? Anomalous, and then we are going to be going with Gustav. Dirty Bucket here seems to be going up to the front, and he is away, shredding the tarmac into his first corner. So far, this is looking fairly quick. He seems to know how to take these corners, going in on the right-hand side, exiting on the left for the right turn, going in on the left-hand side, exiting on the left on that slightly more banking left-hand turn. He's now going into the left, followed by another right near the barrier, taking this course so far very well. Going into a slightly sharper corner, but slowing down for it correctly. Now going into a sharp left. Hasn't seemingly gone below 100 kilometers an hour, taking these corners very, very smoothly. This so far could be a very promising run. Behind him, we have two other members that have just gone. We've got Sequel and we have got Frederick, who are all on the track. Frederick is maintaining a slightly slower pace so far, trying his best to maintain his speed throughout these corners, but definitely staying well composed and definitely staying on a decent line. Dirty Bucket at the moment is now going into a sharp left-hand corner, which is followed by a right-hand left-hand barrier corner. He is definitely taking these corners very well with a lot of pace. Seemingly, he is well aware of handling his vehicle. He's now going into his first hairpin corner, slowing down very nicely. Maybe slightly slower than he'd like to go around that corner, but taking it safe and taking it slow. And this could be a very, very promising run from Dirty Bucket. Gustav, our star contender at this moment in time, considering his strange vehicle choice, is also off the line. We saw King Boo Farm just prior try to do something similar, but he used an unmodified pickup truck. Gustav here has gone through, modified it with Daniel or DJ, and has definitely an understanding of how this vehicle works. So you can see it going through the corners, that he's braking at the right time, cutting them just fine enough to get over those checkpoints, and overall maintaining good composure throughout his run. It'll be interesting to see how that composure will continue when the stress and tiredness and fatigue start to pile up on Gustav. DJ, would you like to run us through a small bit of how you actually tuned this vehicle?
So, well, I want to actually point out like how we, came to the idea of a D series. He was going to originally run in an electric SBR4, but it was super heavy. And we were looking at other vehicles that he could try to run, and I was like, what about the D series? And he's like, what if? First of all, there is I think it's a 4.5 liter V8, and I think he is all stage 2. And he's got race tires. And you really just needed that weight in the front. Actually, no, wait. It's not a 5.5. It's a 6.9 liter.
That's what I thought. I thought he said he got a 6.9. I see there that he's put a spoiler on the back and has taken out his passenger. Now, you were saying there that he wanted weight in the front. Considering that, how come he started doing weight reduction within the cabin?
I don't really know why he did that, but probably just, so he can gain more speed. That's all I can guess.
Yes.
We did have a lot of trouble with overheating originally. And, so we had to do a bunch of tuning, a bunch of different engine swaps. But I think he found a good vehicle.
And I see there that he's got 2 exhausts coming out of his front bonnet. That is definitely a menacing looking truck. Thank you, DJ, for running us through how you... Absolutely. Thank you for running us through there what he was doing. We're now going to go over to Dr. Anomalous. He is maintaining very decent speed through these corners, I have to say. Over 120 kilometers an hour through what is a relatively tight corner there. Slowing down for that even tighter one, going 100, but still keeping very, very good speeds. Sequel at this moment in time is definitely quite far away, in all honesty, from his 2 contestants up ahead, which are Dr. Bucket. Oh, and Sequel's just spun. Sequel didn't let himself fly off the track. He took the 15-second penalty before he wrecked his vehicle. Possibly a very smart move. Frederick, on the other hand, has taken a 15-second penalty. We are well aware of that fact. He is now taking these corners very slowly, very, very cautiously, which is definitely a very good move if you wish to try and get to the top of the hill without taking penalties, but not the best move if you're trying to get up to the top of the hill the fastest. Dirty Bucket is now heading into his hairpoint turns, taking a right hairpoint turn, taking it well, taking it smooth, and definitely keeping his composure. He's now going into another left turn, quite tight, but keeping it on the inner line. That, I believe, is the first time we've seen somebody take that inner line without crossing the corner. Very, very good handling here from Dirty Bucket. This is a very well-tuned car, and seemingly a very well-understood car on his end. The only issue that I can see at this moment in time with Dirty Bucket is that giant speed reduction in order to try and get around these hairpoint turns and these very tight corners. It might just be the issue that leads Dirty Bucket to a lower ranking place on the leaderboard. Gustav at this moment in time is somehow catching up to Frederick in a pickup truck. Frederick is not doing himself proud here. He's not gaining the speed that he needs to gain in order to top out his vehicle. Gustav is overtaking him on the right. Frederick looked there as though he turned into him and plowed himself into a tree, flying off the course. That took Gustav by surprise. We could see as he took the next corner, stopping quite rapidly and not taking it in the usual manner that Gustav takes them. That was obviously an extremely surprising act from Frederick. Gustav is now heading into his hairpoint turns, taking his first right, slowing down and taking it well. Mr. Anomalous is now taking his hairpoint turns, drifting into them and keeping that speed very, very well. I'm going to have to ask Anonymous here for 2 minutes just to take over.
Okay, he did really put me on the spot. Well, basically, we have a sequel going at it at a right-hand turn. Sadly, since I'm not the one streaming, it will be a hard time commentating on this. Okay, so we have Dr. Anomalous taking that right-hand hairpin turn, keeping good pace. We are potentially looking at a very good run from Dr. Anomalous there. Sequel just taking his time through those corners, slowing down in order to not possibly damage his vehicle in those hairpin turns. Frederick appears to have minor damage on his left-hand side, at least on my screen, taking those hairpin turn as well. Dirty
Yes,
Bucket
Anonymous,
seems...
there is definitely some damage on his left-hand side there. It seems to be on the front wheel on my screen, and it seems to have a slight pull on him. Frederick seems to be having a very, very hard time keeping these corners, keeping them consistent with decent speed, but surprisingly enough, we're seeing a lot of our members start to clump up. Dr. Anomalous is coming right up on Dirty Bucket's tail. In fact, he's actually overtaking him on the right-hand side. That has to make his Dirty Bucket slow right down in order to take that corner. Dr. Anomalous has now taken the front race and is going very quickly.
Heat is definitely building on this track at the moment. Everyone is just so close together.
Yes, indeed. Gustav coming close to Sequel there. Oh, and Sequel going outside the track, flipping, and got his 15-second penalty for resetting. Gustav overtaking him quite rapidly. This is very interesting. Dr. Anomalous taking those hairpin turns beautifully, going above and beyond 120 miles per hour. Or 170 kilometers.
Absolutely. I wonder, is he going to continue to drift into them? He does seem to be taking them tighter rather than spinning the back end out. He is right now at the finish, and that will be the end of Dr. Anomalous's run. That has to be an extremely respectable time, and it could possibly place him in a first or second place on the leaderboard. That was very quick. On the other hand here, Dirty Bucket is just behind Dr. Anomalous. He too gave a very decent time, but at the same time, there is no way he has beaten him there, and at the absolute maximum will be taking a second place placement. So that leaves Gustav, our star contestant, with his strange vehicle choice, Sequel, and Frederick. At this moment in time, Frederick is at the very back of the pack. Even though he started in the first three, Sequel is right behind Gustav, I believe. Yes, Sequel is right behind Gustav, and Gustav is absolutely booking it at over 160 km an hour up these corners and up this mountain path. Gustav doesn't seem to be dealing with any overheating problems, which is surprising considering the issues that Daniel said, or DJ said, he had, as well as then the air temperature. Sequel is, however, gaining a lot of space on him, but he doesn't take those corners quite as quickly as Gustav, and that's really when Gustav starts to put the space between him and Sequel. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what Gustav gets here. He is heading into his final left-hand corner with a wide bank over the finish line. Gustav here has had to have given a very respectable time considering his vehicle, and that will be a very, very interesting interview to give. Sequel, on the other hand, has now just passed the finish line, and Frederick is still down quite a bit. He is still quite a bit to go before reaching that end point, and it is unfortunate that Frederick was unable to perform here in the same way that we would have expected this vehicle in the other runs. He seems to have the speed when it's in the straights, but as soon as it comes to a corner, he has to slow right down below the 30 kilometer mark and take these with the most precision possible. I don't know whether or not that's possibly a vehicle limitation or a style of driving from Frederick. It'll be interesting to get his point of view on that in a few moments. Frederick is now taking a final right hairpin turn, going into the left bank before the finish line. This is not going to be a leaderboard placing time, but definitely a respectable one nonetheless. That is Frederick now over the line. I'd like to get Gustav in here and have a conversation with him first, please.
Holly, could you read your DMs, please?
Absolutely, just give me one moment.
It was just bad luck. Hey, man.
Gustav, one moment. Hold the excitement. Probably could have waited to drag you in.
Just give me 1 second here. All right, and we're back. So, Gustav, let's talk about that run. There was quite a few moments of high intensity in that run where we saw you actually overtaking people with your vehicle.
Two cars. Let me tell you, so the first overtake on Frederick, I gave him the space, and I think he gave me the space too, but something happened, and I passed him, and all of a sudden on my mini-map, I see him fall off the road to the left, and I felt bad, but I had to just hunker down, head down, and pay attention to the rest of the run.
Yeah,
and then the pressure, I think, just got to Sequel as I was passing him. You know, I gave him a honk to let him know I was there, and he just went up the side of the mountain.
Yeah.
And flipped over.
Absolutely. We didn't actually quite catch Sequel, but we were right on you when Frederick bashed into the side of you, and we got a reversing image from your perspective of him flying off the track into a tree. And I have to say, it was most likely one of the most intense moments so far I've seen in this race. Did you sustain any damage when he did that small bump into your left-hand side?
So I will admit, I was running actually with simplified collisions because I figured there was going to be some problem like this. But I made sure to give him enough space, at least what I thought was enough space on the side from my view. So I can't really say I didn't have any damage. I'll say that.
I'm just going to message here from Sequel. I let two people pass me because I didn't want to ruin anybody's times. And I believe the Sequel possibly took the bigger man approach and threw himself up the bank in order to let you fully get past him.
Yeah.
How do you feel? How do you feel? What time did you get, Gustav?
I ran in 9:40. I forget actually. A 9:43.8.
So we said between 9:30 and 9:45 would be a good run, and you said it'd be a very good run, and we have got between that time. How do you feel about that, Gustav?
I'm absolutely thrilled, man. I had only taken it up the mountain without resetting once before that, and I had gotten a 9:50. And so to improve only by 2 seconds isn't great, but I was also
under quite a lot of stress.
I wanted to finish. You know, I didn't want to have to reset and take that 15-second L. I wanted to finish cleanly, so I went a bit slower than I could have.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of pressure on you when you're running on a live stream version in front of all these people compared to when you're running on your own. Did you feel that during the race, or did you push that to the back of your mind?
My heart was pounding the entire time. I was thinking about, you know, what I was going to say in the interview if I finished without a penalty. I was thinking about, man, I'm going to look dumb if I'm thinking about the interview while I'm racing, so I better think about the race. Man, some of those moments were a little dicey. I got the back end out a few times. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, that race transmission, it's a 3-speed auto with manual shifting.
Mm-hmm.
That thing saved my ass. I mean, there was really nothing I could say about it. It put the power down to all 4 wheels. That's all I can really say is the truck helped me on this one.
Well, Gustav, it was an excellent run to watch. It was a lot of fun for us to watch. Did you have fun running this type of vehicle, and will you be doing similar vehicles in the future?
Yeah, I think I can be plenty fast in an SBR4 or something in something like this, but I think the fun factor of bringing out something a little different is definitely there, and I'll be doing it in the future.
Absolutely, and you will continue to be one of our star runners. Thank you for taking the time here to talk to us, Gustav, and definitely continue to take these fun vehicles because there's a lot of entertainment on our end too.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the stream.
You too, and a genuinely very respectable run. We'll talk to you soon again, Gustav.
All right, bye-bye.
Well, wasn't that an interesting run? Let's see, who else did we get here? We got Sequel, who we have talked to in the text channels about his run, saying about the fact that he threw himself up the bank, he flipped over so that he could, in turn, let other people get in front of him and take better times. Who here would like to talk to Dr. Anomalous,
Anomalous, I think.
Anomalous. Thank you.
What if Anon talked to Anon?
Anon, talk to Anon.
Oh,
Anon, would you be willing to
Anon
take this
the
interview?
Anon.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I can like basically interview anybody. I have very poor questions.
No worries whatsoever. Do we have Dr. Anomalous? We have Dr. Anomalous in another channel. I'm going to drag him in here. Dr. Anomalous.
Oh, hello, yes.
Hello. You
Hello.
did a
Oh, boy.
very fast run up this mountain, up this Pike Peak run. How do you feel about it?
I was expecting a time around that margin. I have done quite many dozens full runs running with the SBR4, spending quite a lot of time fine-tuning it, really.
And just to confirm, what was your final time?
My final time on this course, I believe, was on the official run at least, was an 8-minute 25 seconds, I believe.
8 minutes 25 seconds.
Yeah, I was surprised I held it together. I actually had a bit of an off heading into one of the longer left-hand corners near the last section of Pikes Peak. I went too far inside. I actually went too far inside, turned in too much. Got my car into the dirt and bounced it up on the left suspension quite a bit. And I
Yes.
saw that it was actually, and I saw it slightly detach one of my front splitters. Fortunately, that was not enough to ruin the harmonics or the dynamics of the car much at all. And I could still keep going. I probably only lost maybe like a second or two just from that damage, fortunately, which I was so fortunate to not lose much more time from that.
Absolutely. And that just to confirm puts you 1 second behind first place.
Oh.
1
Bloody hell,
second. Linus did a 8-minute 39.1 with a 15-second reduction due to an error in his reset that was on our end. So that put him at an 8-minute 24.1, and you got an 8-minute 25.
Oh, bloody hell.
In your next run, if there was to be another one, or in another event, what would you change and how would you change it?
I would say I was relatively confident throughout the whole thing. I wouldn't change too much apart from that hue and that error during the during that left-hander. But I don't know. I mean, I had my run on trying to get a really fast lap through. Just probably see what else I can, what other cars I can chuck. I did try I did try a few other cars that I might consider racing. The Pessima, 200BX maybe. I'd even consider like seeing how fast I can go with the Miramar or the Piccolino. But
Absolutely.
I figured that might be a bit of a stretch.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that was absolutely fun times.
That was an extremely enjoyable run to watch, a very, very respectable run with an extremely fast time. Let me ask you one last thing before I let you go here. There was a moment near to the end, maybe a little bit before, you were coming up to your final stretch, and you had to overtake Dirty Bucket just before a right hairpin turn. In that moment, would you say that that was your most intense moment of the race, or is there another one that you would put up there?
I'd say the most intense moment of the race was when I had that collision earlier. I don't know if you saw it, but like when I said I got in the air, I got quite far in the air. That probably would have damaged suspension, amongst many things. Fortunately, again, just a slightly damaged splitter was what I got away with. That skipped a few beats and 10 tons more probably. for me. That was nerve-wracking.
Well, I have to say it was an extremely enjoyable run to watch, an extremely respectable time. And at this moment in time, you are going to be taking the second place on the leaderboard with a very large time difference, almost, I believe, over 20 seconds between yourself and third place. How confident are you that you'll remain in second?
Considering how close first and I are, I'd say I'm happy where I am. I'll say that. I'll put it that way. I think I'll be happy if I just stood where I was.
Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. An excellent run, and I look forward to seeing you in our future events. Have a good evening, and I'm going to put you back into the other channel.
All right, 8:30. It's really early, so thank you very much.
Talk soon. Alright, how close are we now to our next contesters? We have them all lined up, my goodness. Okay, if you'll just give me 2 seconds, I gotta go and deal with something personally here. If you would like to start one of the runs, feel free to, but I'm happy to be back. I will only be a minute.
Are we ready?
He has to deal with something really quick.
Okay.
He said it'll be a moment. You can start a run if you would like. That's what he said, at least.
So should I start the run?
You can.
Okay,
You'll probably just join right in.
Okay.
Just try to keep it flowing, you know? Because
Yeah.
we're kind of just at like a standstill.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Hello, I am back.
We're gonna start.
I am ready, and let's start the race. Jojo. Oh, Jojo is gone. Can we get these players running maybe just a little bit slower behind one another so that we have a bit of time to talk about each racer just before the next one goes? And there is Captain Raccoon off the mark, going into his first right-hand corner. Raccoon here seems to be topping out at approximately, oh wow, a drift from Raccoon into his second corner, clipping his wheel on the actual, off the track on the dirt. I'm in honest shock at that. That was not expected. Raccoon drifting into another corner. So recently we saw in a prior run that drifting often causes a large amount of slowdown for players. So it is quite surprising to see them drifting into these corners the way they are now. This will be very interesting to see if this has any type of time difficulties for Raccoon, or if it'll end in any type of penalty for him. I don't believe our next racer is gone yet. They will be going relatively soon. Our next racer is a Mr. Karghai. I'm going to call him Karghai. And he is now off into his first corners, going into the first right hand, taking it on the inside right, taking it nicely, coming out on the left. Same on the next corner, going into a slightly tighter left, keeping good speed at this moment. But the most important time to see just how well they can take corners is in these tighter areas. He's going at a pretty good space here, pretty good pace, keeping good space between him and the next driver. who is still quite a bit further away from him. He's going slightly off the track. He's not keeping up a lot of speed. He's taking these corners nicely. He's taking them with good composure, but he's definitely lacking some of that pace that we've seen from other contestants. And it's those contestants that are able to take these corners with precision and speed that really make the most time. But then again, the most important part of this track, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, is the hair point turns. They slow down players like nothing else, and if you can nail them, if you can get them down to a point where you can get through them quickly, they are by far the most vital part to this track. We're going to switch over to another person's view here. Captain Raccoon now is still going at a moderate pace, keeping his car going above 170. We're going to see as to whether or not he's going to drift into this next corner. He's going to try and drift into it, but he's going to take it way too late and fly off. That is going to be a 15-second penalty from Captain Raccoon's end. That is not what he wanted to do, and now he's having engine problems. His car is stalling and he's unable to get off. My goodness, Raccoon here has definitely messed himself up, and this is what we were talking about the drifting corners. It is very often that drifting corners leads to reducing in time, and more so than just that, it leads to inaccuracy in the corners, and it is very, very difficult to control what the car does when drifting. The turning radius on Raccoon's car is absolutely dreadful, and it seems like this is going to be very, very detrimental to him when it comes to the hairpin turns, at least from what we've seen already. Let's go over to somebody else here. Cheeto Puff Swag in what I can only describe as a beat up car with with a carbon front on it, taking the first hairpin kind of wide, slightly drifting out on it, but not being affected by that storm drain, which is really the worst case scenario coming out of a hairpin turn like that, especially that one. It is known for taking out players' wheels and suspension with that one storm drain and can easily take 20 seconds off a player's time due to the reset. Taking the turns of 20 kilometers a good is going to cost him 1 minute without resets from Sequil there in the chat. Absolutely it will. We have said this before in the past. Car Guy at the moment is taking these corners very slowly. We've seen this from other players. They have good composure but not the speed, and it really does come down to that confidence in the corners. You have to know how to take them with a good angle, with a good speed, and with a good outcome. Even still though, with his reduced speed and with his reduced confidence, he is still catching up to Raccoon because of Raccoon's fatal errors in his drifting. Catbox here is taking the Bolide, which is the first one I believe we've seen up the track with one of these, but you know what? We could just see him prosper from it. We saw there that Gustav took a truck, a pickup truck, up here, and he gave himself a very respectable time, a faster time than other players who are in rally vehicles. So it is not about the vehicle, but more about how you can handle it. So we're going to have to keep an eye on Catbox here and see just how well they do, and whether or not we see many 15-second penalties coming up in the chat. So far, the players across the board have been taking it very precautiously. They do not want those 15-second penalties, and they haven't been receiving them as of yet. It'll be interesting to see as to whether or not that remains a standard throughout the race, or as people get closer together and closer to one another, whether people are going to start taking more risks to either overtake or remain in the positions that they're in. Raccoon now is still in the lead, however, he is not still in the lead, I don't believe. Has Car Guy actually overtaken him? I believe he has. Car Guy has overtaken Captain Raccoon, and this is once again what we were saying with the drifting. It isn't always the best way to go, and that's that extremely tense corner taking, that extremely wasteful energy going into a corner sideways can often cost you a very, very large amount of time, and it has been evident here with Raccoon falling back into second place in comparison and Car Guy taking up. We've just had two people almost at the exact same time take 15-second penalties. Raccoon here seems to have taken himself off the road at the straight, and I believe it was CGOYA or CJ1 who took another 15-second penalty. We unfortunately didn't happen to catch why he took that, but that'll be interesting to find out during the after-race interview. At this moment in time, Raccoon has just taken himself off the track. This is dreadful. This is now Raccoon's second overtaking by Cheeto Puff Swag, who seems to be taking these corners with a lot of speed and a lot of confidence. Cheeto Puff Swag definitely knows how to handle this vehicle. Whether or not he can remain calm enough to not get cocky with his corners is to be seen. And if he can, it could definitely find himself in a very quick time from the pace that we are currently seeing, as he is already taking the hairpin area of this map. Car Guy at the moment is currently taking these corners relatively well. He's now going into the hairpin section as well. He's further up the map than Cheeto Puff Swag, but I have a feeling that we're going to see Cheeto Puff Swag fairly soon. Oh, I just realized that we were still in the view from this. We never went back into the recording. My apologies about that, everyone. Alright, we are now seeing Car Guy go up this, as we have been relatively calm, relatively without much speed, definitely taking these corners very carefully, and in all honesty, it is costing him quite a bit of time. He is still maintaining his first place position though, but I have a very strong feeling that we are seeing that counter from Cheeto Puff Swag slowly and slowly ticking more and more towards Car Guy as we see him increase his pace around these corners. Cheeto Puff Swag is now coming into a right hairpin turn where it is followed by multiple, I believe 3 hairpin turns, one after another with only a small amount of a straight. But we do see Captain Raccoon still relatively close to Cheeto Puff Swag, but it should be remembered that this is not about who finishes first, but who sets the best time. And Cheeto Puff Swag has overtaken Captain Raccoon as it currently stands. It'll be very interesting to see as to whether or not he can overtake Car Guy before he reaches the end. Car Guy is going at a lesser speed by far, probably about 50 kilometers an hour less in these corners than Cheeto Puff Swag, but it is also very likely that going through these corners at such speed could do something like we've seen here with Raccoon, where you're going completely off the track and losing it and having to take either a 15-second penalty or having to drive with probably damaged suspension. Cheeto Puff Swag is now heading into the closer to final section on a relative straight at the moment, and my mini-map seems to have completely disabled itself. He's now going into a left-hand turn, going into a small bit of a straight, and the mini-map has jumped back to life. He's now coming up to a slightly more tight right-hand turn. It'll be interesting to see as to whether or not he slows down. He does. He takes about 80 kilometers off of his engine speed to take that corner, and that's the correct decision to take. Taking that corner at any other speed, as we have seen before, can very easily spin a driver out. Car Guy is still in the lead, taking these corners very slowly, taking the inside line on these hairpin turns. It will be extremely interesting to see the time difference between Car Guy and Cheeto Puff Swag. Another person who was meant to be of quite importance was Catboxes. They chose the bolide, but in all honesty, from the amount of distance between the top players, as far as I'm aware, this has not been a successful method of racing tactics. This bolide does not seem to quite have enough speed or handling to make up the difference between these faster cars that have better handling, lighter handling, and definitely faster acceleration. CG at the moment is currently passing by Raccoon, who is off the road completely. He is honked with his truck horn as a sign of good spirit. The minimap is very glitchy in this area. It disappeared. Yes, we are aware of that. It is unfortunate, but there is nothing we can do about it, at least right now. The minimap is phasing in and out, but it does stay after this. Raccoon has found the road once again, but has seriously affected his time. There is absolutely no way that Raccoon is going to be setting a quick time due to his recent penalties. Cheetah Puff Swag still has Car Guy in his views, only 400 meters away, and in all honesty, it is basically impossible now at this moment in time, unless Car Guy flies off the end of this turn for Cheetah Puff Swag to come before him, but that does not mean that he hasn't set a faster time. Car Guy is now across the finish line, and it'll be very interesting to see his time when compared to Cheetah Puff Swag. Two very close contenders in terms of speed and racing ability. Captain Raccoon there has taken another 15-second penalty. This possibly is his second or third. CJ is taking it nice and easy, taking it very calmly through these corners and keeping a very, very respectable speed of over 100 kilometers an hour from every single corner, as I have seen. Captain Raccoon has part of his vehicle literally flying off, hitting his roof, and then falling back on the road. We're gonna have to make sure that CG doesn't get that caught in his wheel, or cat box for that matter. We have seen there at the top that Cheetah Puff Swag and Car Guy are both now finished their runs. We're going to try and get an estimate on their time as soon as possible, or not an estimate, a final standing of their time as soon as possible. Catbox is trying his best here to keep the bolide running in its top speed, but as soon as this car slows down, it takes a long time for that acceleration to pick back up again, and even still, he is very close to overtaking Captain Raccoon. Captain Raccoon has not chosen the right vehicle here. Sliding through corners, drifting through them, bad handling, and simply terrible acceleration has combined to just simply give Raccoon a completely unviable tactic for this. And as we can see here, without even needing to tab over to Raccoon, he has spun out once again. It is just simply a fact that Raccoon will not be setting a good time on this lap. We now have Catbox and Raccoon as our last members though, as well as CJ. CJ has officially made it to the top. We will be seeing his time as soon as possible. We will get that from most likely Gustav. Captain Raccoon and Catbox are now the last two on it. Catbox almost spinning out there on one of the last hairpoint turns. Captain Raccoon is trying his very best. His very, very best to finish fourth and overtake Catbox, as we can see his player icon behind him. But he has to take that second last hairpoint turn, and if he doesn't take it right, there is absolutely no way. Catbox has spun out too hard on the last hairpoint turn, but he's still not going to be overtaken by Captain Raccoon. Catbox is now in his last corner before the finish line and is about to take it. That is the end of the race now for Catboy. We'll be ultra interested in seeing their time. The last person now is Captain Raccoon. This will be a very, very interviewing experience and a very, very interesting interview to take, because this has not been the race that Captain Raccoon was looking for or hoped for before this event. Raccoon is now in his last corner and is crossing the finish line with hopefully at least a respectable time, hitting the wall as he finishes and sliding out as he has done in most of the run. I'm going to ask quickly, Anonymous or Daniel, would you be able to pull Captain Raccoon into this channel here, and we're going to get a opinion from him on how that event went. I'm going to switch over to our Q&A section here with the stream view up. Welcome, Nashura, to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. I'll bring Raccoon in myself here. Oh, and he's gone.
Oh, I think I clicked the wrong button while moving him as well.
If we could possibly get Raccoon to go join back in. Instead, I will be bringing in Cheeto Puff Swag for this.
Nope,
he's back. He's back. Yep. Raccoon, talk to us a little bit, dude. That was not the race we expected from you.
Oh, well, I don't know what really happened. We saw the event, and we brought one of our old rally cars that we were trying to restore, and we tried to brought it to this hill climb. Oh, it was not ready. It had so many broken things on it that we did not know of. The car was not ready, wasn't tuned. We pretty much came out with a rally car on a hill climb, so.
We found that you were drifting through many of the corners. Would you put that down to the fact that the vehicle was configured incorrectly, or was that by design?
Well, the car was by design, but what we originally did, because we were going into this hill climb, a buddy of ours wanted to join the hill climb and he bought some parts, but the problem is though he couldn't make it because his car got totaled in a test run. So what we did was we took his front spoiler and stuff because he had the same exact car, and that didn't help us because we had way too much front grip and little in the rear. So that kind of hurt us.
Understandable, understandable. And I see there you're using quite a lot of plural nouns. How many people did you have behind you here that were expecting, in all honesty, better results?
Probably like 5 people, really, so.
5 people. And just out of curiosity, Raccoon, what was your final time?
Let me check here. It was my final time was 14:41, so under 15 seconds. Holy crap.
14:41. And I'm assuming that you would have expected maybe 4 minutes shaved off that run had you used the correct vehicle customization. Would I be correct in saying that?
Actually, I was kind of expecting a little more of like a 12-second, maybe 11-second run, or 11-minute run. But the problem is we had so many problems. We had the steering wheel, the release thing just break on us for a second.
Right.
So I was pretty much holding the steering wheel in my hand without it being on the car. So I pretty much drove without a steering wheel.
Well, a very, very interesting run nonetheless, Raccoon. Hopefully next time the vehicle customization will be a little bit more preempted and not quite so last minute. Thank you for taking the time here to talk to us. We're going to move you back into the other channel and get somebody else in here. We will be talking to you very soon.
Alright.
Is Dear Boy there?
Dear Boy is here.
Dear Boy, it's your turn if you want to connect. Okay, you are in. Awesome.
Alright, let's get CJ in here. CG.
Hello.
Hello. That was quite a disappointing run on your end. Would you like to talk to us a bit about what had happened?
Yeah, that did not go too well for me. I overran 2 corners. Oh no, I think my nerves got to me. My legs were shaking so badly.
Absolutely. And out of curiosity, did you feel that those nerves were coming from all the people in the channel or the audience from the perspective?
Honestly, I don't know. It is that I've never done too well, like, in the spotlight, I guess.
Absolutely.
Just whenever to do something in front of an audience never really works out for me. But
absolutely.
I'll take the run. It was somewhat decent.
It was definitely a respectable run, no doubt. Whether you didn't get quite the time that you wished for or not, we cannot take that away from you. You did a very, very respectable run. Out of curiosity, I wasn't able to keep track of it. How many resets did you do, if any?
I did 2 resets, and I spun out at one point, but I did not reset it.
Okay, alright. And out of curiosity, would there be anything that you would change for your next run to possibly avoid spinning out or avoid having to take those resets?
Yeah, I was thinking of downsizing to the smaller engine for better weight distribution, but that's all I'd probably do.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, CG, what was your actual final time?
It was 10 minutes and 56 seconds.
10 minutes and 56 seconds. That's not quite as good as we've been seeing from other members, but in saying that, with the difficulties that you had with your weight distribution, that is a very, very respectable time.
Alright, thank you.
Alright, CJ, have a good evening, and we will talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, dear boy. So, I think I'd like to get a little bit of a background opinion here. Anonymous, dear boy, Daniel, how are we feeling about those last 5 contestants?
I mean, they were okay. A lot of people would have expected faster runs, but oh well, things happen, I guess. There was that one guy who said he was running a rally car. That is actually doable. but I would have thought that he would at least use like proper wheels on it, maybe.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm also going to run a rally car with rally tires, and I'm going to
Interesting
support-
choice. What
Yeah.
makes you believe that rally tires will perform better on tarmac?
Honestly, they won't. And I am aware of that fact, but they were pretty nice on the dirt variant, and I'm hoping I can try to drift similar lines, and I might not have the best time, but I just want to finish.
Well, that's understandable at best. We hope you don't lose traction too much and go into those like outside those hairpin turns there, because they will be challenging at best.
Yeah, I hope.
All right, dear boy, would you like to stay in this channel where you'll have my active commentary, or would you rather move up into the other one?
No, I'm fine staying here. We still have one contestant who hasn't joined. I'm gonna try to
Figure that out with him.
Yeah,
Daniel,
well done.
it's very quiet over there from your corner. Is Daniel still with us? I'm going to take that as a no. Alright, let's have a look at our current contestants. We have... It's very difficult to read these name tags.
Alexigar?
Alexigar. That is one of the odder names. We have Blackbird, one of our support members. Aden2747 and Tventi, who unfortunately didn't get his MP tag updated, but he is one of the multiplayer developers.
That is correct. That is unfortunate that the tag did not work at this time, but he is in fact one of our developers.
Absolutely, and one of the essential points of the project. He has been putting in quite a lot of work recently. So just to the audience, to put out the explanation, there are two types of developers within the BeamMP community. Obviously, the game you're watching is a multiplayer version of BeamNG.drive. We have the lead mod developers, who are the founders of the mod, and then developers. These are contributors who over the time have gained the trust of the staff team, who have been put on the development team as a form of contributing towards the community as well as the project itself in order to give more to it. So that's the difference. So Tventi here, or Dear Boy, he is one of our developers, and Anonymous, who you've been hearing within the channel, is one of our founders, our lead MP devs. But Dear Boy, you should have your tag. I'm really not quite sure why it isn't. I added it to your role, but I think that that's maybe just a backend issue. Sorry about that.
It is worth noting that the next round will be myself, Daniel, and you alongside Knight, which is going to be very interesting since we are the only three who could potentially commentate on this.
Absolutely. I think that I'm going to have to, in all honesty, take the kind of seat on it and maybe give yourself and Daniel's runs less attention and simply commentate my own. Unless Daniel is going to be commentating over, because I know what Daniel originally wasn't going to be taking any participation within the event. This will be an interesting one to see. I'd just like to say a quick hello to everybody in the stream. We have 35 current concurrent viewers, with 33 present at the moment, with an average watch time of 20 minutes and 43 likes. Thank you all so much for the support. This has been an absolutely amazing event with a lot of fun, especially on the YouTube side of things. I'm not hearing a lot of interaction in the chat. How are we all doing over there? How are we enjoying the stream? How's the stability of it? Are we doing good? Are we all happy over there on the stream chat? Or are you guys tired of listening to me yet? I got a whoop whoop from Riker. We've got an Alex saying that he could comment.
Sorry guys for the delay, we are waiting for someone.
That's alright, Jojo, we're working with it. Now we're vibing. Ninja Nogan has said good stream, thank you. Doing great, everything is good, loving the stream, doing mighty fine. Thank you guys for the responses. It is great to see so much community interaction, and it is great to have you all here watching. We're going to be doing our second final run here, and then as Anonymous has pointed out, it is going to be the final staff members run, including myself. Ninja is an Alex cigar supporter. Alex has taken a rather strange approach here and gone for what I can only say is either a converted family car or a converted hearse. It is most certainly a strange approach to take, but I would love to see how he goes from it. Justin Shatro. Yes, Jojo?
My bad.
Alright, Justin Shatterow there has asked as to whether or not 4K streaming would be possible. The only reason at this moment in time that I won't be able to do 4K streaming is due to the stress that BeamNG puts on my CPU. It doesn't allow me to actually stream it in 4K. I have to rescale it down, as well as the fact that then I also have a upload limit because my upload is at a maximum of 10 to 11 megabits per second, which wouldn't allow me to stream in a solid 4K 60 FPS.
Okay, one of you can run, guys. We miss players for this one.
Yeah.
Anonymous, would you like to run, or Daniel?
I would be more comfortable with potentially Daniel running, but if I'm the only one who can, then I will.
Yay.
We got Azdalok joining the game. Has Azdalok run?
Okay, let's go for Anonymous. You can spawn.
Okay.
Hold on, what about Azdalok?
Oh, he's on the list. He's in the group.
Oh, finally.
He's in which group? This group or next group?
This one.
Oh, so then why are we getting Anonymous?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just
yeah, he's supposed to be on this one, but I'm waiting like 10 minutes now.
Well, he's joined.
He was having some technical difficulties.
I mean, I did also have some technical difficulties on my end, so I had to rejoin the server. But I'm
It's
back
a race.
now.
It's another type of race. It's the first to spawn in. Justin Shirato says, "How about 3K? Yes, we'll do a 3K stream." No, 1440p is something that I'll look into for the next stream if stability allows it. But we are running quite a few vehicles here, and we're obviously running mods in the background to track the time and whatnot. And then it isn't a default map, and it has a lot of resources with high quality graphics. So the
Yep, Azdalok is here.
Perfect. All right, Azdalok will then be our runner. To everyone who's just left the stream, I know you can't hear me, but get yourself back in here. We are about to go on our next run. Alex, I'm just going to call him Alex. We've got Alex here in what I can only describe as a converted hearse. We've got Aiden in a rally car. We've got Blackbird in his absolutely famous traditional choice here that he took up last time but definitely had issues with. And then we have Tventi with his rally drifter with non-suitable wheels. As we can already see, he is drifting all over this tarmac at him, but it will be very, very enjoyable to watch.
Can we start running?
And then Azdalok has the Charrier.
Can we start running?
Just a minute. Let's get Azdalok running up.
Okay. Okay.
Holy, is the tab order correct, or should I move behind someone?
It should be Alex, then Aiden, then Blackbird, then you, then Azdalok. So the only people that need to switch is Blackbird and Aiden. If we could get them switched around. We'll let Alex go, and they can then do that once he is taken off the start line. All right.
Yeah, I'm starting.
All right. We are going to get it ready here for the converted hearse to take off. This is going to be an interesting run, and Alex is away. Actually going a hell of a lot faster than I was expecting for a converted SUV. Currently going 150 kilometers an hour around the first corner, drifting into it. Looking very confident. Oh, and he's off. Alex has already taken a 15-second penalty for driving straight off the track Ninja in the chat is not going to be happy about that. Justin is trying to negotiate with me, and he is saying a 2.5k stream, and in all honesty, I think I have to take him off on that offer. Definitely seems like one to make. Alex is now going into his into his first checkpoint, taking the left-hand corners quite well. He seems to have a little bit more difficulty with the right, slightly more drift into them. Now he hasn't been able to stop on that left hand. He's now gone off-road. He's hit a giant rock off-road, hit another one. That has also damaged his suspension. He's sliding out because his bumper is under his wheel. This so far has not been Alex's race, but can he make it up with a good lap time? We will see. We will see.
Also, to all of our viewers out there, he is running very, very thick tires. We will allow this, and it is considered to be race videos, the Civetta Competizione. So technically, he is running race tires, not drive ones.
Wow.
I got a question. When am I supposed to start?
Oh,
you'll be notified by Jojo. Please go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'm lined up.
You know what? Hold on. We can fix this issue. I'm commentating, so I know where everybody is. We've got Alex there. We've now got Alex going into the first sharp left corner. And he's now heading over his first or second checkpoint. There you go, Sventi. You can now go. We've got a massive lag spike there for some reason. Not quite sure what that was about, but let's hope that it hasn't affected our racers. Aiden is now going through these corners with quite a bit of speed. His speedometer is telling me that he hasn't gone below... Oh, he's just... just as I said, he goes below 100 kilometers an hour, but he is most certainly going very quick. Tventi has already taken a 15-second penalty. That's not good for him. He's drifting into the corners. His tarmac Adam wheels should have been applied. This is not helping him whatsoever, but it is most certainly very entertaining watching him Tokyo drift into absolutely every corner. Azalok is now also gone, and he is in the Charrier similar to Aiden. This is not a customized version, though. We hear Tventi almost cursing in the background because he, too, is not having a good time. Blackbird here is...
Tventi, in fact, literally blew his engine up, and now he literally just
went
off the track again.
Tventi.
This is definitely not a car he should have took.
Tventi, what went wrong? Let's see how you take this left. Oh goodness, and he's taken another rock. That is now, must be at least a minute on your time just from resets. Azalok, your brother, who is also doing the same. He is not taking this well. It must run in the family. Alex is taking these corners quite nicely for what I can only say is a converted police hearse. I really do not believe that I've seen a vehicle like this, and even Gustav has nothing on Alex when it comes to unique cars. He almost flew off the edge there, but stopped himself with a 15-second penalty, and the car can't get up the hill. He cannot start it on the hill. He is having great difficulty here. He's now going into the next right-hand corner. Aiden is taking these corners very nicely, maintaining decent speed and composure. I do not believe that he has had to reset so far. It is a good question as to whether or not he will maintain this pace or whether or not he will close the gap. He's just taken a 15-second penalty and he's still not on the track. That's at least 20 to 25 seconds in time just trying to get back. That is an unfortunate fate for Aiden. Blackbird here is taking the rock death corner, taking it well, taking it slow, staying composed. Blackbird here doesn't have the most speed, which is rather disappointing because this vehicle, I believe, is his main limitation. He seems to know how to take these corners generally well with little to no reduction. It's just a case that this vehicle takes a very long time to gain that speed, and when it does, he has to try and maintain it, which just isn't possible with corners like these. Tventi, on the other hand, is still believing that he is in Tokyo when he is instead in the middle of a forest, going up his next right hairpin turn, completely cutting it, just completely cutting the turn. Why on earth do you need roads when you're Tventi? My goodness, look at this man. Azalok is not too far behind now. At this point, he is going to be overtaking his older brother.
Oh man.
Alex is now still in the lead. There is nobody currently behind him anywhere near to him. Somehow the converted police hearse has just drifted to a hairpin, honestly taking it in one of the most beautiful ways that I think we have seen today. You would not expect this from a converted hearse that has a police siren, but there you go. My expectations have been blown. He has drifted, unfortunately, off. That was not quite as smooth as the last one, and it has unfortunately affected his overall race. Aiden here is now going into a right-hand corner, taking it with honestly is quite a big cut, but has saved him the difficulty of slowing down and speeding back up. He's now on the cabin straight, taking his next checkpoints, heading into a right-hand turn. He seems to maintain relatively good speed between these corners, but he definitely could do with slowing down a little bit less and getting a little more confident when taking them. He's now slowing down to almost 40 kilometers per hour just for one hairpin turn, and this car does not like going down that slow. It takes quite a bit to get back up to its full speed, and he's just gone off the course, taking another 15-second penalty. This is not good for Aiden. Blackbird is now on the hairpin turn, as is Alex, who was just taking a back wheel off by going up the bank. This is not good for Alex. Aiden, on the other hand, is still a little bit further down the main. Blackbird is maintaining good speed. Last week we found that he beached himself due to the fact that he took a corner a little too hot and landed in between a bump in the road and was unable to get out of it. The only thing that I can say here is that he has very, very little fuel. I'm assuming that he's run this course before and taken note of how much he needs, but he could be cutting himself fairly short here. Tventi is drifting through the corners like an absolute madman, and if he was able to maintain his speed while doing it, he would look very, very impressive, but it's just a case of the fact that he isn't able to. Hello to one of our viewers there, Rendar, who has put a message in the chat. Azulok has lost his initial gain in speed, and he is now quite a bit further back behind Tventi. He seems to have damage to his back right or back left suspension, but he's still going strong, and he's still trying to close that gap between him and his older brother. He's skidded out there going into a hairpin turn. Alex has skidded and drifted into another one of the hairpin turns. Maybe a little bit of oversteer. Oh, and he's gone off the edge. It's very strange here. Alex seems to be able to take the hairpin corners very well. Nice drifts, consecutive taking out, going in and out of them. Yet when it comes to the smaller, less difficult corners, he seems to just not be able to take them whatsoever. I have a strong feeling that this could be due to the fact that he's driving a police hearse rather than his actual driving ability, but it will be interesting to see what he has to say after this run. Aiden at the moment is not having a good time. He's not even on the road at this moment. He is genuinely having an extremely difficult time getting this one hairpin corner, and that is going to cost him a lot of time. Blackbird here has not made any gain when it comes to Alex. He is still quite a bit behind, but his fuel seems to be doing relatively well, and hopefully it will last him until the end. We've now in the spot where the minimap does not load, and Blackbird must be relatively concerned about that, and it's back. That is good for him. We do actually see now Alex is up ahead. Blackbird is now pushing the pedal to the metal. We can hear it. The little engine is revving as hard as it can to try and gain speed and pace on Alex. It will be interesting as to whether or not to see that it'll be interesting to see as whether or not Blackbird can actually close the gap between him and Alex and take him over. Tventi is now in the hairpin corners, drifting through them quite nicely. It's very possible that this choice of wheel might actually give him an advantage when going through the hairpin corners, depending on how he takes them on the asphalt, because he can keep a lot of speed provided he drifts through them at the right time with the right angle. So far he doesn't seem to quite have the knack for it, and his brother is getting increasingly closer to him. A small bit of a tail whip there before it, and he's cut it too fine. That is not a good hairpin corner from Tventi. Azulok is now taking his corner. Alex is still in the lead with his police hearse. It is honestly a surprise at this point that Blackbird hasn't caught up to him, but if Alex continues to make small little mistakes like that, over-drifting the corner, taking it out too far, which he seems to constantly do on the less tight corners, it is very possible that Blackbird is going to overtake him. And speaking of which, we have Blackbird coming up relatively close now at this moment in time. It would be very surprising if Blackbird didn't in some way overtake Alex here. We're going to go into a free cam and watch this from a third-person perspective. We can see Alex is now going into his next checkpoint, taking the left-hand turn. And just for time reference, Blackbird has now just taken that same checkpoint. There is definitely quite a bit of distance between these two drivers, but Blackbird is trying his hardest to make up the space. If he can take this hairpin corner just right, he might actually finish before Alex. Alex is now going into the last strain of this map. He is now going into the last left wide hand bank before the hairpin turn. That is his final tight corner, slowing right down forward, and this could just be the opportunity for Blackbird to make space. He hasn't taken it correctly. He's spun out and he's had to go over the ridge. Blackbird is literally right behind him, but Blackbird has to slow right the way down to take the corner. This is not... No. Alex has finished before Blackbird. That does not mean, however, that Blackbird has not set a faster time. That only means that Alex was not overtaken. Aiden at the same time is now in his final last hairpin corner before the left-hand turn and getting over the finish line. This has been quite an intense race. Oh, and Aiden has gone off the edge on the very last turn. That at this moment in time is the only member to have done that. We're going to have to get Alex in here after this to see as whether or not we can get a time off him. It is now just Dearboy and his brother. Who will be the victor? Asdalok has overtaken Dearboy or Tventi, but Dearboy is drifting through these corners, now going up on the bank because he isn't able to take control of his vehicle. He possibly should have taken the advice of Anonymous and changed his car's tires, but he has to be given respect for style points because this is a very enjoyable race. Tventi's now going up on the bank and he's spinning off. He's right off, but he's able to maintain it. He's able to hold it. He's just about getting back up onto the track. He is doing himself proud here in the terms of handling his vehicle, but definitely not doing himself proud in terms of choice. His brother, on the other hand, is now going through his final stretch. We can see in relation to the top, they are approximately 1 to 2 kilometers away. Asdalok is drifting through the corners as well, taking them quite nicely. If he can maintain this, he could take a very respectable time and definitely have the bragging rights over his brother. Because let's be honest, at this point, it is unlikely either will be putting a time on the leaderboard, but there will forever be the bragging rights of I finished Pike Peaks asphalt race faster, and I'm not gonna lie, it's looking like it's going to be Asdalok's bragging rights. I hope he puts that over Dearboy's head for the rest of his life. Dearboy now is trying his best to gain as much speed. I have most certainly put pressure on him, braking very heavily for his next left-hand turn, going through the checkpoint. He can see Asdalok, but once again, oh no! Dearboy has flipped, and he's reset and hasn't taken himself back. He's chosen to stay on the cliffside. He's trying his hardest now to get back up, saying it's fine, but then going into a roll. Oh my goodness, I think that has just sealed Asdalok's fate, and being the better driving brother, he is going to most certainly have bragging rights over Dearboy, and it is fully deserved for being so cocky. Asdalok is now into his final hairpoint turn, taking the right nicely now into the very wide left-hand bank. Aiden is sitting up on the top of the hill to greet him. Asdalok is just about to cross over the finish line, and that means that Asdalok has not only finished before Dearboy, he went after Dearboy, overtook Dearboy, and had less resets than Dearboy. That has to be embarrassing for his older brother. Tventi is unable to take this corner whatsoever. He is spinning out absolutely everywhere. It has to be handed to Dearboy, though. Even though he may have taken the lesser position in this race, it was an extremely difficult task with the vehicle he was provided with and chose. And Asdalok took a very, very modest time, and I'm sure that considering Dearboy's unfortunate vehicle choice, he will too.
You didn't see that.
We did not see that. Tventi is now going into the left-hand corner, drifting through it like an absolute boss as he is, and he is now going to be crossing across the finish line until he's tipped himself over. That is just absolutely Tventi. We couldn't expect any better from him at this point, and I am not surprised. Tventi, what time did you get on the leaderboard, or in terms of your actual lap time?
This is a good one. 12 minutes, 26 seconds.
That is actually a surprisingly faster time than I was anticipating. How many node grabbers did you use?
Node grabbers? Jesus, just one at the end after everyone is finished. I wouldn't cheat.
Wow.
Okay, so I was taking it seriously.
But then it went wrong.
No, I was taking it seriously up until like the first corner. You know, like semi-seriously, because I couldn't take it full on seriously with these tires. But I was trying to win up until the first corner, where I just blew my engine right away. I was like, oh god.
Oh yep.
Because once you blow the engine, it's gonna keep blowing.
Absolutely. I think
so I
that
had
can.
about 6 or 7 resets just because of engine blowing up.
I think that considering the amount of time that I've been streaming for, which is now going on 4 hours, I'm going to say that we're going to close off any further participants joining Rendar. We're going to leave it at just this last run. Maybe Titch if you want to get in on the staff one. And that is going to be then the end of the stream. We have now got 36 viewers. Please, to the 36 viewers, hang around. This is going to be the most enjoyable run of the entire one because you're going to be able to laugh at me. This is genuinely the point that you've been waiting for. I think that we should join into the normal events channel, considering that I'm not going to be commentating over my own run, and we can get a bit of community interaction.
Well, since me, Holy Guaca, and Daniel is going to run in this, I'm wondering, since Stitch just joined, will he be able to comment it?
I'm racing. Get out of it.
I'm pretty sure that Daniel isn't here. I don't believe that Daniel's taking.
Oh. You can do the staff run. Teacher can take his place if you want.
Yep. Interesting turn of events. Okay.
All right, we're gonna move up into the event channel. I'm gonna move everybody up. All right.
Please.
Hello. This is probably the moment a lot of you have been waiting for. This is going to be the staff run, or at least the main kind of staff run-ish. We had a couple of other staff members run in the middle of other runs, but we had left my run and Titch's run right to the very end, and then as well, Anonymous is our keyboard warrior of the community, to try and, you know, put a real ending on it. Now, I, in the last one, did not do very well on this whatsoever, but in saying that, I have done a small bit of training. I've done a small bit of, you know, practicing, and this could definitely be the most enjoyable run. If I happen to go out within the first corners, I will move them back into the other channel, and I'll commentate over the current running staff members.
Well, let's hope he does.
Dear Boy there has suggested to me that he possibly has another run with a better car. The only reason I'm going to say no, Dear Boy, is simply the fact that we didn't let anybody else, and other people had fairly ridiculous cars.
No, I wasn't going to change the car, just the engine block so it doesn't blow up, so I have an actual chance.
It's more to do with the fact that you're going on another run rather than a...
Well, not like my time is going to matter.
If we haven't let others, then it's probably...
Alright.
We can always open the thing up after.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to spawn in, and I'm going to go first. I'm sure that you guys can understand that as I'm streaming.
Are we starting from top or bottom?
Bottom.
Yes. The plugin is set up so it doesn't even count your time if you go from the top.
Nice.
Oh, all right. Let's get everybody in. Can we get this going as quick as possible?
No.
1 mile away.
Cool.
Oh my lord.
Let's
You
hope
can just
Polygon
tap to
gets
me.
stressed up enough in order to just literally mess up, so he can commentate over us. But yes, good luck either way.
Thank you.
Can we double check afterwards that the penalties are actually added in game?
Are the penalties
for-
added in game or are they not?
Yeah.
The what?
It's the question. The penalties, like when you
the
reset, do they
penalties.
added? Do they get added
Ah.
automatically or no?
They should, I think.
Because it
Yeah,
seems
they
like it
do.
didn't for
They
lines.
do. It,
But,
like a really score makes sense.
They should, but the time that we should go by is the one that is saved in the file that JoJo's holds. Pike
okay.
times that JSON.
Oh, by the way, Dialbo, your run wasn't saved for some reason.
Ah, it's upsetting.
Yeah, but you're the only one. Like everyone was fine, and you're the only one who don't have a score.
That is bloody
Yeah, it's like
convenient.
yeah, it's like the server was. No, he never ran. What do you mean?
No. I was the last one to finish. Have you refreshed the file?
Yeah, I did.
That's
Could it
The
be
only
because
one
you
who doesn't have a score.
went through the finish twice? Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
You should have your score in the chat.
Well,
This
my
for a moment. Well, I did
yeah.
say my score.
Yeah, you did. It was 12 minutes.
It didn't come up in the chat.
Because
for
it
me.
only comes up for the runner.
Yeah, no, it doesn't come up for the rest of
Can
them.
you send it to me in DM?
12, 26.
Can you send it to me in DM?
Trying to
I'm
find
going to be
you.
honest. My run is probably going to be shocking because you've all had some practice. I have not.
Oh, come on.
Okay, we've
I haven't
got
even built a car for this.
we've got
Nobody
4 people
practiced.
here. We've got 4 people here. Are we ready to go?
Okay, hold on. Would I suggest everyone running a simplified collision physics since I will be removing your cars? I already have 50 FPS.
We'll run simplified collisions.
Yes. So I can remove your cars.
Done.
Done.
Let's just run a check.
Oh.
Yep.
We have a time called Bones. We have a guy called Bones who would like to join.
Yeah, sure, get him in.
I'm not going to move from the spot unless I confirm that Holy and Tish started their run.
Yeah.
Let's just check this works okay. Yeah, I can go through you anyway, so it's not a huge deal.
Yeah.
Deventi, could you despawn your car for me?
This is set Pepe.
Just to let you all know, my car does have NOS on it, but it is
that is
not
illegal.
being
That's
used.
illegal.
It is not being
Oh.
used.
Okay.
Well,
Not being used. Well,
It's
I guess
the
you can
config that I already had. That's the only reason.
I think if there's anyone to
NOS
trust,
and respond, I guess.
if I think if it's anyone
can
to
just
trust,
send
it's
it.
probably the project lead.
I mean,
Removing it is a fair shout. I'm doing that now.
yeah.
Empty.
Remove it, save the
There we go.
config, respawn, yeah.
And I'll also just hit synchronize on that. You will receive that. There you go.
Yep. I'll also hit
Alright,
sync on my
let's get this
colors.
underway.
Just delete this vehicle.
Guys, before you run, can you tell me if you are running keyboard, wheel, or?
I'm running
controller,
keyboard.
I'm
On his
running
keyboard.
controller.
I'm on controller. Titch is on controller.
please? Right.
I don't have time to do anything else, unfortunately.
Light.
Otherwise, I would love to have done something more.
Oh, night. He told me here. I forgot.
It's strange. I'm only using 5% of my CPU with OBS, but
Yeah.
it's seeming to have seeming to have frames per second instabilities. It's dropping down, and then when I tab back in,
Yeah.
it's fine. It's strange.
Yeah, I had some FPS instabilities while just not moving. It wasn't like really.
Yeah,
good,
it's
so-
it's fine when I'm going. It's fine when I'm going, but as soon as I'm just sitting still and people are behind me, it's like
Yeah.
dog.
So I didn't took my chances. I just said, "Hold on, I'm just gonna remove you."
Yeah. All right, we ready to go, Jojo?
We can.
We can go.
Yeah, you can, Odie.
All right, you want to count me down?
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh. the car is not responding. Why is the car constantly
taken out of neutral?
Yeah, I know, but oh, the engine stopped. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not running.
Well, DNF, go on.
Oh yeah,
Yep, that's a
yeah.
DNF.
Before it even started. Okay, hold on. Sorry. All right, one more.
Come on then.
3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. Okay.
Do you want to count myself in?
Oh, lag spike.
Can you get back from? You are too close to the red box. Thank you. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go, teach.
It seems so quiet without commentary. I'm going through the left corner. I've just spun out. Okay.
Ready, Annan? 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm expecting
goodness,
anonymous to
wrong.
pass myself.
I believe in you, Annan. Keep
I'm doing a very slow run, but I'm going for careful.
I haven't used this car before, and I chose it, and I shouldn't. I should have shown the one I use normally.
Now, can you back off? You are inside the red wall.
Whoa, debris on the track. That was close.
Right. Can you back off, please? Right, perfect. Not move. Okay, 3, 2, night. You can go night. Okay. Go,
Oh my
go.
gosh.
Hey, Holy.
Yeah.
You're looking for something to commentate. It's about to pass you.
All right. In all fairness, here, I'm used to the dirt version. The only one that I practice on is the dirt version using the gravel version of this car. So I'm used to it skidding a lot easier, and I usually do a small amount of drifting around corners, like not crazy amounts, but a small amount. Whereas with this one, it's like, unless you're slowing right down, there is no going around the corner.
Okay, 3.
It looks like you have your sensitivity at 200.
Go.
I'm really not sure. As long as I finish under 14 minutes, I'm happy.
The only one run I've done, and I got a 1040, I think it was.
I haven't done a complete run on this map yet.
I did one before we started.
Fair.
Oh, Anonymous, a 15 second already. As long as he doesn't pass me, then I know I beat him.
True.
But he'll probably pass me.
And me.
That's how it usually happens. He seems to play too much.
Not enough code, too much play.
Yep. I really should have sorted the suspension out on this first. Whoa!
Oh no!
You tried. You failed. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna lie, it kind of freaks me out that I can phase through your vehicle.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. It kind of plays with your mind a bit. Because I would have stopped sooner for that corner had I not been halfway inside of you. Okay. It's fine. I caught up to you before. I can catch up to you again.
Sure, but I have one advantage that you don't have.
That is?
Very good acceleration.
I have decent. Oh, crap.
I also have better driving ability, apparently.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't be surprised if this is more than a 14. I really wish that I'd practice on both tracks beforehand, because on the last one, right, we did the dirt one. and I was out within the first couple corners. I then started doing runs on it on the night, and I was getting to checkpoint 6 within, or checkpoint 4 of 14 within 3 minutes, under 3 minutes.
Yeah, the question is 3 minutes good or bad?
Well, I ran it maybe 15 times, and not once did I get it under. I couldn't find any way using the vehicle that I had of doing it any faster. And it wasn't a case of my acceleration wasn't good enough or my handling wasn't good enough. I literally just couldn't get around the corners fast enough. Whereas here... Oh. Whereas here, I am
Talking
not...
too much, you might not focus.
Well, it's not going to make a difference, let's be honest here. I'm not... Oh my gosh. I'm not handling the corners how I expect to. I'm not used to either the asphalt or the asphalt build of this car, and I'm finding that my turning circle's far too large on this to go around the corners quickly. Does that make sense?
See an anonymous distance getting closer. That kind of worries me.
Oh, and we're off, and we're flipped.
Imagine if you were doing this with the things from Cobalt. Essential Motorsport, or whatever it is. I'm sorry.
Oh, Anonymous has just gone past me.
It means he's hunting me down.
It's also taking the corners fucking beautifully.
Helps when you have experience.
True. I guarantee if
play.
Yeah. I guarantee if I did this map over and over, I could probably get a 10-minute run. I'd say I could probably get my time to a 10-minute run.
I did a 10-minute run before we started streaming.
Yeah.
In the first try. It was only just within the 10-minute, but it was in...
Within the 10-minute.
Yeah.
One thing that I really wish I'd done is that I'd gone for the asphalt version of this car that I know, rather than this one.
Yeah, that's your mistake. You should have gone with a vehicle that you're familiar with.
Yeah. Oh, Knight or Bones, I'm not sure which one I just spun out. They didn't have their simplified collisions on, and I just phased through them and spun them out. I'm sorry about that. Oh, too tight, too tight, too tight. Come on, flip it around. Beautiful. Alright, that worked
I'd
actually
like to be in the
alright.
top 10, but I've got a funny feeling I won't. There's
Oh, you won't be.
That are much better than me.
I'd like to be in the top, like, 20.
Half.
Yeah. Jojo, just how many runs have we actually had of this? Oh, crap.
How many people run?
Yes.
Let me go.
Begun the uphill part.
I'm actually keeping fairly decent distance with Anonymous here.
45 people.
45 people. Yeah, if I can be in the top 20, I'd be very happy with that.
I think I'm top 5, I'm not sure.
Let's not start rubbing.
What time do I have to get into the top 20?
I think less than 800 seconds.
Sorry?
I think less than 800 seconds.
Which in minutes is?
I have no idea.
Is there any way you could work it out real quick? Just divide 800 by 60?
About 13 minutes.
Okay, I need to get through the next checkpoint to see where I'm at the moment and see how I have to drive in order to get up.
Is your timer counting penalties?
Oh, no! No, 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 no.
It seems like in-game doesn't count, but on JoJo's end it
Anonymous,
does.
I'm very sad. You did quite bad for a keyboard player.
Who did?
Stress.
Anonymous. He's supposed to be pro keyboard.
Yeah, I
He
did
can
two
be pro
mistakes
keyboard,
being
he
in the
doesn't
VC
need-
with you and having stress because of you. Yes, two mistakes.
Oh no! No!
Okay, and then we know it's because your PC is not very fast, you have few FPS, we know.
Yes, yes.
I lost it off the track slightly there.
Oh wow, that's a certain turn that I was expecting. Okay, I handled that.
I really wish
all
I
right.
sorted the suspension.
I really wish I'd
I
had
could have done much better.
I really wish we had spent like 5 minutes and just allowed like one test. I flipped myself again.
Me and you should have done some sort of practice here.
Yeah.
Oh no! 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 Ooh.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Saved it.
I didn't take a
my
15-second time penalty, but in all honesty, from what I've seen there, it's more likely going to be longer from just going off the track. I'm not concentrating at all on this run. Oh my gosh. That's what happens when you look at your stream chat for half a second.
Yeah, I don't recommend doing that. That's the mistake I regularly make. Oh boy. Oh, I'm off the track again. Come on. Get going. Get going. That's it.
Oof.
I really wish I'd sorted the suspension. I'd love to have seen how close me and Anonymous would have been if I got my suspension sorted, but I know he would have spent lots of time perfecting a vehicle. And across the line, no resets. 10 minutes. 56. Damn it, I did worse than my last run. Oh well.
Yeah, this has not gone well.
10:52.
I'm at 11 and I'm not even close to you.
Myself, and I did it without any practice. Nice.
No.
And that's night across the line. I think we should all line the side of the road for Holy to come across.
Please.
Come on, Anonymous. Come park up. Here's where he crashes into us.
I'm at a 12:58.
Oh, you did pretty good, Anonymous. Pretty good.
Why is his pretty good, but mine isn't?
I haven't checked yours yet. Yeah, you did better.
Oh, Holy, what are you doing? Come on, buddy.
I'm trying, dude. I'm trying, but I'm really not used to this handling. Like, the car that I use has really slippery tires and like really light handling, and this thing's just heavy as hell.
Knight has beaten all of you guys.
I'm not surprised.
Wow, okay, look. Oh, Holy, what are you stopped again for?
My engine cut out.
He didn't turn on simplified collisions. There we go, Holy.
All
Well
right.
done.
I got under 14 minutes. That's all I wanted to do. I got under 14 minutes.
I really wish I'd bothered to properly set up a vehicle. I
Yeah.
wish I had known what I would have been able to do then.
I'm gonna
'cause I had
quickly
to
go.
be really careful.
I'm gonna quickly go down and start that run again with the vehicle that I know. That's now the event over, guys. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. That was 4 hours and 16 minutes long, but 4 hours and 16 minutes of a lot of fun. So hopefully you guys all enjoyed as much as we did, and we're gonna be organizing more and more of these as time goes on, and we free up more time to devote to these. Anyone who wants to continue watching may very well do so. I'm not going to be on for much longer. But while I am, feel free to stay in the channel and in the stream. You are very, very welcome.
I think next time we gotta use the stream server and do so we can do replays and such.
I want to have
Also-
a talk, all of us, after this about that.
Also, yes.
Yeah.
The 3 mistakes that I made. Mistake number 1, being a VC with you all. Mistake number 2, being stressed and basically listening to what you were saying instead of actually looking at the road. And mistake number 3, I actually chose a config that wasn't supposed to be the one I should use.
Yeah. I wish I had afforded
That's a huge mistake.
like
Yeah, that's a
Can't
huge
shut
mistake,
up.
but I'm actually impressed that this config managed to do a sub 11.
Yeah, you did quite a good time. I think you are in top 20.
All I've done is just change my roll bar, and I'm already doing much better than I was.
This is the car that should have been running. Doesn't look different, but it has less fat tires and better alignment. So yeah.
Oof. Sign.
I'm actually
Oh, yeah,
quite
people
impressed with
should,
the server handling
probably-
all of this beautifully.
Yeah, I need to turn off
Because
player
it is the
configs.
server. It is the server rewrite.
What's this? Oh, this server is using the new rewrite.
Yep.
Yeah. Holy, if you hold on, I'll run up with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna go a little sooner because you're gonna overtake me anyway.
Well, I can run with you, Titch, but you have to respawn your car.
Here, I'll come
I've
back to you
just
guys.
spawned at the bottom.
Hey guys.
Like you have to respawn your car because I removed it.
Can I control R? Would that work?
Try.
Done.
Nope.
Ah! God damn it.
I'm gonna throw up the Q&A time version of this so that you guys can see the chat and whatnot.
Oh, that's a Titch.
Hey, all right, we ready to go, guys?
Hold on, I've just got to reapply the edits that I did.
Sure.
What are you going
Now,
to do?
now watch me do a sub 8.
Well done, Bones.
Wait, are we all going up?
Amelie, the results will be announced later on by Jojo once he compiles all the information and puts it into a spreadsheet.
Bones, can I ask what type of controller you're using, please?
I'm using a PlayStation 3 controller. Hey, whatever works.
We ready to go?
Yeah, let's do this.
All right, I'm gonna go first because I'm gonna be the one who crashes first.
All right, Anonymous, are you ready?
Yes,
Yeah.
I want to,
Three,
I want to run with you. Wait.
2. What? You want to what?
I want to run with you.
Oh,
Give me 1 second, maybe.
I'm gonna go one more time and see
What?
what I can do.
Since I have a fast car, let me go.
Oh, he's still here. Okay, he's already here. I was like,
okay. 3,
Oh, yeah.
2. Oh, he's back. Are we all running simplified
okay,
collision?
hold on.
Just to
Yeah,
confirm?
Jojo and Blackbird, everyone simplified collision. Otherwise, it's gonna
Yep.
be a mess.
Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have
3,
simplified collision on.
3, 2, 1, go. We've all just swarmed on Holy there. Oh, this is cool.
Hello.
Oh no! Totally worth it.
Oh no, I bump. Yep.
Oh, this is good.
That's the end of me.
Vibes.
We all just decided, no, we must take first place position in that race of all of us, rather than focusing on the, yeah, we should probably actually do this properly.
Hell yeah. Wouldn't want it any other way.
This is...
Should we
Oh no.
perhaps try again?
Yeah, I'd like to try again.
Alright, I'll restart with you. Alright, ready,
Yeah, I would
Holy?
like to-
Hold on, I gotta.
I'll restart with him as well.
Yeah, I
with
gotta.
you as well.
I gotta come back to you guys here.
Someone's following me. Who is it?
Possibly Riker.
Oh,
he
hello.
crashed.
Okay, I need to turn this down. Oh no.
Yeah, hold on, I need to go to settings, graphics, and possibly limit the smoke.
What the? Oh right, of course. My
Yeah,
controller on the
dark
keyboard.
marks and grass, full of God. Shadows visibility partial, thank you, game. That would be
Bones has the right type
We
of
need someone
vehicle.
to play Samir.
He knows what's up.
Samir, you're breaking the car.
Samir, you are breaking the car. I'm behind you guys.
Alright, let's try this again then. 3, 2,
Mind
1,
if I join in?
go. Oh yeah, go on,
go.
join us.
Oh, oh no, my steering wasn't reset. my vehicle was
God,
damaged and I went into a post.
Wow.
Ooh, that corner is just not the same on tarmac.
really should have built a proper config for this. Everyone's got wings or some sort of downforce. Me? Nope, I'm 100% stock on the body.
It's sad.
Why did this guy just bust me? What the fuck?
Whoa. Language. He's not allowed to.
Yeah,
Apparently
preferably to a minimum. Oh.
Whoa, what the? I saw a blackbird and I was like, whoa, what?
I found a rock.
Is it
Gonna
pretty?
try the sunburst.
Alan is keeping up with me.
I wish I had a little more traction.
Ah, someone spawned a vehicle.
Sorry.
Oh, come on.
Back to start.
What the hell? My car won't go up again.
Is it in the last one?
I was flat out on the throttle and it wouldn't go up a gear, it just physically wouldn't change.
What gear was it in?
Drive. So, unfortunately, it's an auto.
Right.
Yeah.
Which makes it a little more difficult to debug.
It could have been at top speed.
No, I definitely wasn't at top speed at 44 mile an hour.
You never know.
No, I'm not at top speed. You know that this can do over 200.
Yeah, but Anonymous was beside you when you were getting ready to go. I wouldn't be, surprised if he unplugged a couple of your spark plugs.
It's okay if I spawn now? Or should I wait?
Ah, go for it, Rossi. We're all kind of...
I already have FPS drops. No.
Okay, spawning.
Ah.
Boop.
And I'm off the track for that.
Lol.
You didn't say stop, so...
No, he
I figured just
specifically
do it.
said you can.
Yeah, I did say he could. We're test running. It's nothing serious.
And no one...
Test running?
Yes, we're test running. We're not actually setting times here, dear boy.
I know, but what's the test about?
Us.
Building the perfect car and learning your car.
I see.
The perfect
Oh, I
car.
crashed.
Ford Fiesta.
No.
Yes, obviously no. It's a Mustang.
Yes.
A treat.
I give up. I am too tired for this. I really am.
I feel like I really need to agree on that. Hey, Rossi, get back here.
Call it a night. Have a chat. And get on with some work.
I'm gonna do
Maybe a new update.
I'm gonna do at least one okay run before I go to sleep.
Ah, you did one okay run. It just took you a long while.
Well, then it's not an okay run now, is it?
You're 2.5 miles behind me.
Yeah.
Oh. I'll drive to the top and meet you there. I'm probably closer to the top than I are to you.
Yep.
I don't think so, but... Oh.
Oh yeah, Knight is in this.
I'm now 3 miles behind you. You're 3 miles behind me.
Knight is in this column. Wanted to have a chat, so let's do that.
Right, is really good.
Yep.
Let's see. Where is Knight? Knight. There he is. Knight.
Riker was third place last time, I think.
I think he has it in this time too. I'm not sure. I'm gonna check.
Hello, Knight.
That was one hell of a race. I didn't think I was gonna catch up with you guys.
You did.
What was running through my head was, all right, they're in the lead, catch them. And that mindset, I've never gotten below 950. I would never expect doing a 907.
Yeah,
just
some
trying
people
to catch
seem
you guys
some
just gave me determination. Just go.
yeah, some people seem to have that where like some people are the mentality of, okay, there's other people, so I have to be better. and that gets to them. And then other people are like, okay, there's other people, so I have to catch them, and I'll do better.
That's how I think of it, because you are never perfect. We're humans. We're not robots, so we
Or
are
they are.
built to pretty much learn.
Yeah. You did a really
When you
good
do
job.
enough practice, you can get good at any car.
No, you did a really good job, especially considering there that like during the
I got
yeah.
Sparta'd off the hill.
Yeah, you got Sparta'd
Okay.
off the hill.
I felt the
Here's an
back end move a little. I'm like, what's going on? Is he like nudging me? Nope, I just go flying.
I put my controller down and said I was tired. I then came back to it shortly after. I've now caught up with Blackbird.
Says
Maybe
a lot
that's
about
what I needed,
Blackbird.
just a second off of
Listen,
it.
all right. There's these rocks. They're just in the middle of the road. I swear.
Have you hit every? Oh no, I rolled.
Yeah, I like how
Now I gotta
Wesley
catch up
joined later and he, I think, overtook Holly already.
Yeah, it
Oh,
doesn't take a
his,
lot.
Hey,
I haven't driven this car with my wheel in probably 8 months.
I wish I got my wheel out for this.
And also, I can probably speak for everyone. Thank you for starting these events.
There's gonna be more.
No problem.
A
And
lot
great
more.
job of doing that 4-hour speaking over and just saying what everyone's doing. Like,
Yeah, thank you.
bravo
for
to you,
picking up.
sir.
Thank you.
He's got things coming his way. He doesn't need to worry about it.
Yeah, probably a little bit of strep throat. Maybe gonna have that smokers
My
talk
game
for a little
froze.
bit.
If only he knew what our call that's gonna happen after this contains.
Ooh.
Oh boy. Okay, someone. I spun.
Bye, Blackbird.
See ya. Have a good time. I'll be
I'll
back
try.
here.
Good to know.
It feels
I
like
feel
this
so
worry,
left
I'm-
out.
I'm covering back here.
feels like this is gonna be a new respark to MP for the events.
Oh,
hoping.
We don't need this as a respark. We've got plenty planned that will do that. It's just about
icing
having
on the
time.
cake.
Right, I can keep up
Hello,
with this car,
guys.
because so far
Hey.
every person who used this car did a bad time.
What car?
Riker car.
What's Riker car?
I don't know the name.
You
Might have
guys
been
in your
useful
all-wheel drives, I
information,
didn't-
not gonna lie.
Oh, hey,
You guys
Pepper.
in your all-wheel drives, I didn't think I was going to catch. Because you guys pulled really hard coming out of the turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do
Except
have a
me.
habit of doing that.
But
I think I
part of the
I
weight
gained-
ratio, I probably had you guys. That's the only reason why I had gotten that close. Now that Hirsch truck, though, that was interesting.
Oh, what the hell?
Indeed.
I just didn't see that corner coming.
No, this is the worst corner, I think.
I'm just too tired, in all honesty.
You have no slack at this one.
Titch, out of curiosity, were you watching the stream while you were eating and that, or were you with Jade?
No.
Fair.
Yeah, I was with you.
There's quite a few fun moments. I think that, in all honesty, the key moment with within the entire thing, in my opinion, would be when Gustav and who was the other one? Was it Car Guy? No, Car Guy maybe. It was somebody, and he was so Gustav took a truck. He took a pickup truck up it with
Hey, I'm down with that.
a 6.9 liter engine.
Liter.
Oh,
Yeah.
hell yeah.
Stage 2.
Stage 2, and
I want to build a pickup to do it. That would be awesome.
there was another guy overtaking. He was overtaking another guy, and he honked.
Yeah,
and
and
the
he
other guy
turned
gave him no
straight and he
space.
launched himself off.
Yeah, the guy who he was overpassing just swerved into Gustav and then swerved out and went flying off a cliff straight into a tree.
On the stream.
It was probably my favorite moment of the entire stream.
Seemed like karma got him. You don't swerve into someone, they give you room.
Yeah.
But still, that was like, oh, he grew wings.
He took his Red Bull.
And he flies into the trees. And
Yeah.
that was a wonderful race.
Oh, another
Product
phone
placement,
lag.
Glitch. Oh, this
Sorry?
was a long one.
Oh.
But I gotta say, good shout out to Slack that's been helping me prepare for this track.
Well, we glad you enjoyed.
So the best time was by Anomalous so far, I think.
Hell yeah.
I can't believe what Linus got. He he demolished the record.
Yeah, he got a
did
he got
no, I
an
think-
8-minute 20, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did Anom beat Linus?
I think
There's
Linus
Linus
is
somebody else.
third.
Linus was up there.
Guys, Linus is far from being the first. I think he's fifth or something.
What we do need to think about is if
a legend,
they were using modified J-beams at all potentially.
Nah, this is a family-friendly little.
Yeah, but people still do it so that they can.
Treat.
Oh boy.
Oh, just like that one person that posted that picture.
I
It's
didn't
like,
get
really?
my time.
No.
Thank you, Sava.
Yeah, that's,
Really? And that was
I
on
was-
a live stream.
Live streaming the thing, and they put that in it. I got rid of that so quickly, but I still
Oh.
think it came up.
It did come up for like
Yeah.
It came up for a quick
1.2
second. You caught it
seconds.
just in time too.
I'm hoping that like that isn't enough to like possibly. I don't know.
What
Oh,
was
now it records my time of 10 minutes 5.
Yeah, it's pretty good, bud.
No, you don't get it. I've been like for a minute just driving around where the finish area is. And I was like, let's go at the finish line again. And then when I do so, it gives me my time of 10:05.
Oh,
That means
Alright.
my time was around 9 something.
I am
think you
very
like,
tired.
drifted past the finish line.
I don't blame you.
I was
Totally
faster
left
in my
brother.
Miramar than this.
Thank you all for watching the stream. I'm going to be ending it there. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, please consider giving the channel a sub. It'd mean a lot. We're about to hit 300 subs, which is kind of crazy considering that I was at 100 like 2-3 weeks ago. Literally like a week, 2 maybe. Thank you all for checking out the stream. Means a lot. And hopefully we will see you all in the next event. See you guys.